at that point. But yeah, that's the oh god I have to poop look I've seen babies get before. The oh god I have to poop look. But speaking of the oh god I have to poop look, I think it's time for us to start the stream. Yeah, chat? What do you think? I think it's time for us to jump in. So, year 323 of Longdeath. We did start the stream by an hour late because today was news day and I uploaded news. And that took me an hour, so I'm sorry. But, so I was talking about a new mega project, yep. So before I really do much of anything, I'm just going to show you this. So this is what I did yesterday. I dug out this first. This was the first thing we did. We dug out this. Yeah, right, Galactics. So from here, it's just, this is the first layer that we dug out. Then I dug out this. 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 Then I, well, now we need to go below. So I have this kind of little animation pseudo thing. And I'm thinking about other things I can add to it to make it look more animation-y. But that's what we have so far. It's very simple, just a little ripple going around the edge. But what I'm thinking about doing is making this go all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to about here. Like, well, maybe not here, maybe here. 2 layers above my magma forge and storage. And what we're going to do is we are going to, which isn't going to actually be that many layers. It's like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 layers. So about 8 or 9 layers. So it won't be that many layers, but we're going to fill the thing up. We're going to open it completely so that it's a open area. Smooth all of the edges. Do a quick collapse. Clear all of the boulders out. Fill the bottom layer up with water. So 1 layer up of water. And then dump lava on it, or vice versa. I haven't decided which way we're going to do it. Probably like half a layer of lava and then dump water on it. And this is going to be our obsidian tank, basically, like where we make obsidian. So we're going to have, because up above this, we have this, which is easy access to a whole fuckload of water. And we can have some sort of lead in here, here, and here into this. So that should be good. Yeah, 8 layers, I think. So it'll be basically this big open thing with this ripple going around the edge for a simple animation test. And then on the bottom of it, we will make obsidian. And we're going to use that to make obsidian blocks. And using those obsidian blocks, I'm thinking about rebuilding the entirety of the outside wall in obsidian. And also digging a trench around the edge, lining it with obsidian, and, well, I'm answering that question right now, I am stupid. Removing that outside walkway, building a trench, lining the trench with obsidian, and essentially having obsidian defenses. Now, a pretty major thing happened last stream. We lost our mayor of like 100 years, it felt like. So Tiny Goliath is now the mayor, which is great. The issue is Tiny Goliath, who was born in this fort, is also, well, first off, has killed 2 dwarves. But second, is our, well, how do I put this? Is our captain of the guard, thus literally making this dwarf judge, jury, and executioner, which is great. Currently in the fort, we have Pilot Guy, Radio Free Olive, Jack Nurik, LaFonda, Quevinair, Vimamel, Arch, Tygo, Massive, Whitcode, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Tiny Goliath, Free, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Max, Blue Water, Animal, Alien Slayer, Critty, Sad Robot, MTG, Lumpy, Diamond, Vin, Zindros, Nanochip, and of course, Axon the Third. If you would like to be one of those unnamed merchants, give me a shout. We got plenty of space. But aside from that, it's quite literally, this is what we're working on. Max is in prison for tantruming, who is repentant, but is also very depressed while in prison and not having a good time of it. So yeah, that's the current project. So we're going to continue working on this. I'm going to probably continue. I'm actually going to finish designating all this. I think is what we're going to do. But you'd like to be a dwarf, preferably a drama queen. Drama queen means you're going to die. Do you want to die? Because I can give you a dwarf that's going to die. This is a dwarf that's going to die. Probably today, in fact. If you... well, this would be just some old lady, not just some old guy, but... do I have just some old... Today is always a good day. True. Okay, let's see if we have an old guy, specifically. Unless you're okay with being just some old lady. I could go with either. This is just some old guy who's a little frustrated. Not much of a drama queen, though. No guarantees they're going to die today, though. 116 years old. How about this old guy, so you don't die today? Just some old guy. You're not even a real dwarf? How do you know? Just some old guy is the merchant. And they said, I'm at my best. Under pressure, they felt wonder communing with Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks and felt restless after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. And they were unable to acquire something for too long, and they felt restless after being unable to practice a craft for too long. He's 116 years old, born on the 9th of Granite in the year 207. He is married to Edom Bridge Patterns and is a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. He personally values decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Views sacrifice to be of the highest folly and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of mastering a skill, like Spinatar, Satin Spar, Electrum, Ruby, Mongoose Leather, bucklers and bins and earrings, and sheep for their tendency to flock. Parakeet, men for their coloration in the words of the number of glistening, and the sound of the silky intricacy, and the sight of the satiny flower. When possible, prefers to consume carambola wine and rope reed seeds, and can't stand flies. He is confident under pressure and inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is often nervous, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He acts with little determination and confidence, and often acts with compassion, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to not reveal personal information and can occasionally lose focus at the matter at hand, and often feels envious of others. He is very humble, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He rarely feels discouraged and is grateful when others help him out. Tries to return favors and has little interest in joking around. He drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and when he's nervous, he rarely when he's trying to remember something, when he's nervous, he rarely talks, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. There's like a weird skipped sentence there. You'd like a dwarf. Assuming you're not picky, we can give you any of these merchants. How about Edom? Horimaru. I guess how you spell that. M-A-R-U? Did I misspell that? I'm looking at that and it looks wrong in my game, but I think I got it right. Anyway, within the last season, she felt euphoric due to inebriation, and after watching performance, felt disgusted after retching a miasma and says, in life you should work hard, but then work harder. Very much would like today's culture. 109 years old, born on the 16th of Timber in 214. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, and her biggest sadness in life is that she was 100 years before being born in the year pi. Her narrow, short ears are flattened, and her hair is dry. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. Her hair is gray, mixed with a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She likes porcelain, gold, morion, and the color pale brown. Gauntlets and mittens and the words of the key of outrage. When possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead and banana beer, and absolutely hates rats. I've actually had a banana beer. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not even a Hefeweizen, just like a straight up like banana lager. It's pretty good. Personally, deeply respects eloquent speakers and sacrifice to be. Personally, deeply respects eloquent speakers and finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Does not really value skills related to fighting and dreams of raising a family. She is a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. She is sometimes cruel, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She has strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and doesn't handle stress well. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and lives a fast-paced life. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and is quite polite. Currently more rude. She is somewhat She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and is slow to trust others. She is slow to anger, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She has a calm demeanor, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She has an active imagination and doesn't seek out excitement, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. A beet beer. There was a beer that was on tap at a restaurant that they were out of when I was on my long weekend, and it was a sun-dried tomato ale. And I'm very sad that they were out of it because I wanted to try it. It sounded weird. But let's record some patterns here so that we can get started on actually digging this stuff out. So I'm recording macros, so I'm retracing my steps for things that I did yesterday. And then I'm going to go around or I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to make the necessary modifications to the level that is drawn, and then I will re-record that, and then I will go one down and do it again. Because right now the game is recording all of my keystrokes. So I go all the way along here, down to right there, in the recording, go down a level and press play. Is that tower full of lava? Yes, there is a tower going from almost the magma sea all the way up to 15 sea levels above the surface. It's my giant lava lamp. It only took me about 100 years in game to build. Eripterus, what up?
Crypt beer kapama ug, crypt beer kapama ug, crypt beer kapama ug.
What's a kapama? Because that's what it sounds like she's saying. Thank you very much for the 23rd month. Just one shy of 2 years. Only one of those years I've been only playing Longdeath, more or less, but it's good to have you around. Cheers. Thanks for sticking with the channel. Cheers, man. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for a Ripterus keeping that sub alive for a 23rd month? It's a very long time. I think that deserves a round of beers and whatnot. Cuba mug? No, I know. It's just it's funny the way that she says it is all I'm trying to say. Cause she's like Cuba mug or like whatever. I'm endlessly amused by how the text-to-speech bots pronounce certain emotes. It's just funny to me. But TKL, hello. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Got it. All right, so now we have made the adjustment, so we're going to record. Just going to be from here, down to here, over here, down to there, down to there, down to there, over here, over there, over there, over there, over there. Then we're going to have to dig all of this out, which is going to take a while. Then we're going to have to smooth it all and remove all the boulders, and then I'm just going to cave it in. At least that's how I'm planning on doing it. Because I think that'll be safer than doing it another way. Oh, hey, this layer is going to get dug out already, early. So going to run into some problems on this one. Well, I got to make the adjustments first, so that's what we're going to do. It really built some hype for you. It's kind of funny because I've had some people claim. Ooh, that's a problem. I had some people claim that I do a better job hyping Dwarf Fortress than Kit Fox. I don't know if that's necessarily true because I am getting all of the footage and stuff from them, but happy to be of service. Just don't get yourself overhyped, yeah? Hype is a dangerous thing. I guess keep your expectations leveled, I suppose. But thank you for watching the videos, though. I'm glad that you find that you made the trek over to the Twitch channel, because this is what pays the bills for me. The YouTube channel is kind of a side hustle, I guess. Even though the numbers look way bigger, it's very much a side hustle. Oh. I was in their brewery when I was out there during my long weekend. When I was gone for a couple days. There's a few photos of me in their brewery. I wonder if I had that one. I had a couple sets of tasters in there. My aunt sent me a text. No, because the sun-dried tomato beer was from a different brewery. Because I saw that at a restaurant, and that wasn't the brewery that it was listed as. So, Il Sauvage was where I had a pretty damn tasty pumpkin spice beer, which is funny because I'm not generally a pumpkin spice person. All right. So this is going to be a little tricky. Actually, here's how I can do this. So that's where I need to put the wall in, right there. All right, let's record this layer. Hell yeah, Stupid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for our Stupid who just got a new job? I'm very proud of you for fucking quitting that other job, though. Like, people's safety should come first. It sucks that not all jobs give a shit about that stuff. All right, let's move this way. Just because I need something to trace. Let's go this way, up and around. And end the recording. Let's just double check this. So this layer here is going to get dug out before the rest of them, which is fine. Meeting time, you'll be lurking. Cheers, man. You have a good meeting. Considering I think this one here, this next layer might also get dug out, at least on the right side. It's weird. It's going slower this time for some reason. Although this one won't screw up my workflow here, so that's good. There we go. I don't know how entertaining this is as viewing, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. I know too much about this game at this point. You know, it's kind of funny. I was listening to a podcast recently, and one of the people on the podcast was basically just talking about like the way of YouTube these days versus the way YouTube used to be, and was basically just kind of lamenting that kind of in order to be successful on YouTube now you need to do constant large numbers of series and also at the same time cover all news about the games that you're playing. It's just like, man, I don't want to be that guy. He's like, I respect anybody who does that hustle. But he's like, that's just, shit's just so much work. And not particularly creatively fulfilling. And I'm just sitting there going, oh, hey, he's talking about me. All right. Did I? Yes, I did. Just making sure I got all these. It's kind of having the right effect. It's one of those, like, I completely understand what he means because the way I go about streaming can be quite monotonous. The way I go about creating things can also be quite monotonous. I never did expect to end up being a lot of people's main, if not sole, news source for Dwarf Fortress related things, though. Like, that first news video that I made was very much a spur of the moment, like, and to this day is still one of the most watched ones, but it's like, it was very much a spur of the moment, oh god, I should make a video talking about this, and then it's like, now I think I've made like 70 of them. There's just so many of them, I can't even keep track. Because for a while they were doing them weekly, right? Now they're down to bi-weekly. But, I don't know, I've made so many of those bloody videos. There's actually like part of me that's like genuinely worried that I'm getting people too excited for Steam DF. But, did I do that right? Fear I fucked this one up. But then again, I'm always worried about being too hype focused when it comes to things. Always a very constant concern at the back of my head. All right, so why did you stop? Go. So anyways, chat, how we doing today? How's things? We're kind of quiet at the start of the stream. I realized I started an hour late, but might need to re-record this one. Oh, nope, we got it. But I realized I started an hour late, but how's everybody doing today? There we go. Let's do the adjustments. It's your Friday? Gotcha. I guess today's technically my Friday, too. Because tomorrow I don't stream. So today is technically my Friday. It's a little bit of a relief. Tomorrow I'm going to go visit my Oma. Because I didn't get to do that last week. My grandma. Just my German grandma. Because last week it was literally raining sideways. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, but it's not supposed to be raining sideways tomorrow. So, like, it's a benefit, you know. It's definitely a benefit that it's not going to be raining sideways. Wind plus rain, not fine. Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's like wind is fine. Rain is fine. Wind and rain, not fine. Especially like when you're like me and you're a pedestrian, right? Like I go for a walk to get there. The way I get there is, oh, Jesus. Nope, 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 nope. That's not what I wanted to do. Well, I mean, it's still doing its thing, but I think I can just tab out and do this. Okay. Okay, you control record, not control play. And let's go. Never had a driver's license? Yeah. I mean, I wish I could have, like, I guess my biggest sadness about not having a driver's license is it's not my choice to not have a driver's license. For people who it's like it's like a willing choice, right? It's like I would have a driver's license if I could, but because my God, it would make so many things fucking so much easier. Like traveling, just rent a car. It's so easy. You want to go somewhere, just rent a car. You want to go pick up a large amount of groceries or a piece of furniture, rent a truck. Moving, rent a U-Haul. I wish it wasn't, I wish I could just have a driver's license. See, I literally, out of all of my friends, I have one who drives, and I wouldn't make her drive. Because I know she hates driving. So it's like, out of all of my friends, I literally know one person who drives, and I wouldn't make her drive. So it's like, maybe it's my fault with my choice of friends, but actually, that's how we're gonna start doing this. Eh. So ideally, it's going to give the effect of rotating. I don't know if I've achieved that, but happy early birthday, I suppose. Do you have any plans for your birthday aside from like? Uh-oh. Why is this one tile off? Well, gotta delete this whole layer. Not sure how I screwed that up, but I did. Now, we re-record. I just received another text, probably from my aunt about tomorrow. Or from my mom, so I'll check it in a second after I'm done recording this. Didn't all of the fish you had previously die? Or did I, like, misunderstand stuff? Don't send more fish to the slaughterhouse is all I'm saying. Those fish have lives. Two out of 3 died? That's not a good score. I'll just say this. Make sure you do your research before you buy fish. Research what fish get along with each other. Research exactly what water pH and temperature and pumps they need. So that when you buy more fish, it's not just a mad scientist's experiment with fish's lives at stake. And it's like an actual scientific experiment. Instead of just, you know. It didn't seem that way from the way you talked about it, but I'll take your word for it. All right, we'll do that. I mean, if you only had 2 out of 3, right? And if I remember correctly, you bought guppies, correct? You know that guppies are schooling fish, and 2 is nowhere near enough for a school. So they're probably all going to die from anxiety. But it's been a long time since I've taken care of fish, so what do I know? I'm getting Asian foods. I don't do any. Am I weird for not doing anything for my birthday anymore? Like I hit 25, and since then I've done like nothing for my birthday. It's like I as B-Lug will probably point out in a second, I raise money for charity on my birthday, but that's it. Like quite literally, I did that and I bought myself a cupcake. That was it. My dad bought me a 6-pack. That was all I did for my birthday. And I feel like there's kind of a point where birthdays are... Oh, this shit again. Not so much like something we're celebrating. But maybe I'm just... Maybe that's just a sign of, like, becoming old and surly. Way over to there. All the way over there. Finish recording. Go down a layer. Pop. Bruh, underwear and socks? MVP best gift that nobody appreciate. Underwear and socks are a great gift. And once you realize that, that's when you are truly old. The best thing about getting underwear and socks for your birthday that you don't realize is, as a kid, it's like you don't have to buy your own underwear. So it's like, ah, fuck, I got underwear. But as an adult, it's like, fuck yeah, I don't need to go buy underwear. Just saying. Underwear and socks, best gift. You can't convince me otherwise. And then if it's underwear or socks from somebody that you're living with, then that's even better, theoretically. Or could be, depending on the status of said relationship. or living situation. So, I don't know. Underwear and socks, best gift. This is a lot of designating, and I'm just sitting here rambling with stream of consciousness, which is not good. All right. Looks like 1, 2, 3 more layers. I think we just finish these off. Let's just get these done. And that's the wrong key. Restart the recording. I still had the delete key, delete tool selected. You didn't like to celebrate your birthday until your ex left me? My ex ruined birthdays for me. Because she would over-celebrate everything. Absolutely everything. And now it's just like, I kind of wish people would forget that birthdays exist. What's up, Alexandra? How's things? That video, though. Paint the hallways red. Paint the walls red. I just want to see what Cupo's lava cannons would look like. I still maintain socks and underwear is the MVP gift that you don't appreciate as a child, but very much appreciate as an adult. That and, like, fucking soap. When people give me a bar of soap for my birthday, I'm so fucking happy. Like, my mom gave me this collection of soaps for Christmas, which was just awesome. And I'm still going through them, and they're all wonderful. I've just become an old lady. That's my natural final form. Zach had a lot of fun making the video. I'm glad. It's nice to see Zach's face. Like, Zach isn't somebody we see very often in the Dwarf Fortress community. He's just like, he pops up occasionally in notes, and that's about it. Like, he's very quiet. He's the reclusive brother. So it's good to see his face. You know, it's funny, but like, the last family Christmas that we really had that I went to, my grandma gave me this gray t-shirt and a set of 4 wool socks. I still have and use those wool socks every time I go backpacking, hiking, or any kind of like cold weather outdoorsy thing. I wear those socks, and I wear that shirt like at least every time it comes through the laundry cycle. So whenever it's free, I wear that shirt. So it's like, they're getting their mileage. Certainly getting more use than like random model kits people gave me. Hell, it gets more use than the Lego that I have over there, and I love my Lego. But as far as like actual practical use case goes, I mean, those are very helpful gifts. See, I haven't bought a hoodie in a very long time, but this is a first world problem reason. And the reason I haven't bought hoodies in a very long time is because Discord keeps giving them to me. So like every 2 or 3 years, I just get a new hoodie for free in my mail, which is really nice. But yeah, no, I'm super excited to back on more Dwarf Fortress topic-y things. And considering we have Alexandra in the chat, Alexandra's the Kit Fox community manager for those of you who don't know, I'm very excited to see more military screen related things. Very, very excited because I've already seen some like, oh my god, that squad screen, which pops up briefly in the corner. And I know that Tarn posted in the future of the Fortress that they're working on military screen stuff. So very excited to see more of that. Which is probably my most anticipated thing. Hopefully this will all be worth it. I've got a few more tiles to go before basically down to here. 2 more levels. No news can be good news. That probably means he's in some sort of coma state where he's just stuck in Legends mode, tweaking things that we'll never see on the main side. Usually, like, when Tarn disappears for a while, it means that he was working on some, like, behind-the-scenes world gen shit that he just hasn't, like, talked about and never will, and then he forgets that he worked on it. And then like 2 years later, there will be a note. When I made this change to World Gen, and we're all like, what? When you did what? I think it goes up to here and goes over there. Could be wrong. I'll need to double check and tweak that. And also hear any news about Magic. You won't hear news about Magic realistically for like 4 or 5 years. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not even like a, oh, Dwarf Fortress takes forever meme. That's like genuine truth. You're not going to hear about Magic for a long time. Because Magic is the next major update milestone, which is after the long wait, which is after the map rework, which is after the villains update, which is after Steam. So... what, me? What did I do? Although, like, how did I mess that bit up there? I mean, Tarn's talked before about not really liking to announce things. He just likes letting us figure them out because that's more fun. Like, he actually said that in one of my interviews once where he's just like, yeah, he's like, I miss the days when he could just, like, just drop a thing and, like, not tell anybody that he was going to do it. Which is why, like, there is part of me that's like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress could come out, you know, maybe summer next year. But there's also, like, a world where it's just out next Tuesday. Like, I don't know. I mean, Tikal, like, I don't know how new you are to Dwarf Fortress, but, like, because you said that you've been watching the news updates, you gotta, like, the thing you gotta know about Dwarf Fortress is the development is slow for it, but it's slow for a reason. Okay, so this should actually be... one further up. It's slow because the game's complicated, right? And it takes a lot of time to develop, and it's only one programmer, right? And also because it's so sprawling, they could just go work on things that we will never really notice as players for a very long time. That's just behind-the-scenes world gen stuff. And they could literally do that forever. And a lot of very major changes need to be made for the game in order for the myths and magic stuff to actually come into the game. So we're not going to see that stuff for a long time, right? So just happen. Well, like as I've seen multiple people say from the Dwarf Fortress community, Dwarf Fortress is incredibly good at telling stories. But if you play Dwarf Fortress enough, you'll start to notice echoes of previous stories. So it's not really a things that you never knew could happen before, but like I will say the first time I got triplets with the dwarf, my brain exploded because I didn't even realize they could have twins. And then suddenly I had triplets running around my fort. So, you know, things do happen in Dwarf Fortress sometimes that blow your mind. Or when a siege waits around outside for so long that they start breeding. Oh, actually, I didn't point this out in the video, but there is actually one piece of information that Zach says in that video that I actually don't think is accurate. He says that you have to deal with sieges or they'll wait around forever. That's not true. If you wait, they will eventually leave. It might take a while, sometimes months, sometimes years, but they will eventually leave if you just wait. It's not exactly the most fun way of dealing with a siege, but they will eventually leave. So, just, you know, interesting little note, I guess. But yeah, one of the nice things about, I guess, following Dwarf Fortress closely is you get to always be excited for something in the future. It might not be coming soon, but you got things to look forward to. And that part is nice. And if you drop flood and water in there, then you can have a perpetual unwilling reserve force to dealing with other factions. Yeah, you can make factions in fight. I've actually had multiple factions show up at the exact same time and then end up fighting amongst each other before. Like, there was one time when I got sieged by goblins, and moments after the siege started, I got invaded by elves, which was very amusing. Okay, so we have one layer left. But if I do the one layer... So this could just be the last layer. I made a mistake making that storage spot right there. I shouldn't have put it on the higher level. Can I go further up? Not really. All right, this will do for now. So I think the way I'm going to do this is this. All right. And there they go. So let's follow some Dwarven miners, shall we? Only took me, what, 30 minutes to do that? Ugh. Although the dwarves I don't even think have really started digging. Oh, some of them have. Get down there, dwarves. We got work to do. Yeah, no, vast variety of options is the biggest strength of Dwarf Fortress. I think that some people will be underwhelmed by the way Dwarf Fortress approaches difficulty. Dwarf Fortress is very much a make your own fun kind of game difficulty-wise, not so much the raw minute-to-minute challenge. But I do think that I do think that a lot of people will definitely enjoy it once they dig their teeth in. I'm just perpetually worried that people overhype themselves because having played, I think, the majority of the games that people use as pointers for Dwarf Fortress, like they say, oh, this game was inspired by, or this game is inspired by, or I like this game that's inspired by, or I've been playing this game to wait for this game. Since when do I have a socks command? What? There you go. Yeah, found the right one. Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess I will just be perpetually worried about that. I will just be perpetually worried. Once we're done going around the edges of these, we can just cut out entire layers. Perpetual dinner. Perpetual squug. How you do, squug? I mean, you know what? Actually, let's just dig out this whole layer. And then let's go up to there. How you feeling today, Squug? Hope things have been aight. Let's do that and that. This is going to take a while, because I've got a lot of these layers to dig out. And we're going to have to go around the edge and cave her all in and smooth them all up and all that jazz. It's going to be a lot of digging today. Let's just get this square done first. And that too. Here they come. Get in here, dwarfs. No, I'm worried that people have unrealistic expectations. You know, it's sort of like, no matter, like, think about it this way. If Star Citizen ever releases, like, and not in the, and hi, back at you, and not in the, like, oh, it's a playable alpha or a public beta stature, which it is currently, right? Like, if Star Citizen ever has a Steam release, let's just say, or even an Epic Games Store release, or some sort of, like, mainstream public release, it will never satisfy the expectations of that original pitch. It is literally impossible to satisfy the expectations of that original pitch, right? I don't know who Lewis is, but all right. Now, there are people that have been thinking about and imagining and reading stories about Dwarf Fortress for the past decade and a half. It's not impossible to imagine a scenario where some of those people might have slightly unrealistic expectations. So I'm worried that people are going to disappoint themselves. No. No, I don't have that issue. I do. There are times where the game slows down for sure, but it's never unbearable. And even when it does slow down to an unbearable point, there's almost always something. No, actually, I don't. Cutest. There's always something where I can. There's almost always something that I've done wrong or a mistake that I've made that I can fix that fixes the frame rate. Almost always. It just means you can navigate the UI and tiles better. I mean, it's not a matter of navigating the UI and tiles better. It's a matter of learning to navigate the UI and tiles better. Like, you can navigate the UI and tiles in this game with no problem whatsoever and play the game extremely quickly. It's not a problem with the UI. It's a problem with accessibility to the UI. Just need to invest in a new machine? I doubt that, actually. It's probably either the way you've got... Like, yesterday I had somebody who was commenting on crashes and issues with Dwarf Fortress, and then I found out that they were using a launcher from 2017 with a version of the game from about a year ago, and that wasn't designed to work with that launcher, and also they were using mods that were not designed for the version of the game that they were playing, that were made for basically a version of the game from 2015 to 2017. So I don't know. It's not always you need a new machine. It might just be you have the game set up weird. As we were talking about yesterday, like, false information and incorrect information being widely spread is often an issue. Oh, finally, so-and-so starved to death. Excellent. I'm looking forward to getting you out of my fort. Missed them. I won't even miss them. So I think in a lot of cases, if you're having crashing or running issues, if the game's running slowly, odds are if you put that same fort into a much better PC, the game would still run slowly. Because you probably have something that you've messed up on the back end that you need to find. Well, I mean, like, to give you an idea, right? This fortress was running perfectly smooth at about 35 to 40 frames a second, which is usually what it runs at. Sometimes it'll go up to 45 to 50, but generally it sits around 30 to 40 frames a second, this fort. And keep in mind, this fort is like 300 plus years old, right? Now, I found and I had an issue once, relatively recently, a couple of weeks ago now, where the frame rate slid down to none. It was like not close to zero. And it was 10 minutes of panning around the fort, looking at things, trying to figure out what the problem was. And I can show you what the problem was. I can show you. The problem is quite simple. It meows, and its name is Aiden. Edvostmistem, who's Knowles' pet cat. And this cat was stuck behind a locked door. The reason the door was locked was to keep my chickens from escaping, because I was trying to get some baby chicks. So the best way to get baby chicks is you put a bunch of chickens in a room with a nest box, and you lock the door so that the dwarves don't gather up the eggs, and the chickens will just lay eggs and make baby chickens. Good win, Bastet. Rip me, I suppose. That's the best way to get chickens. Anyway, somehow this cat managed to get in there. I have no fucking idea how, but somehow managed to get in there. And couldn't get out because the door was locked and pets weren't allowed to pass it. So this cat was trying to escape, and the cat's pathing wrecked the frame rate. So the frame rate went down to 0, basically. And it took me like 5 minutes, and I found the cat stuck behind a wall and unlocked the door, and the frame rate came back. So usually, in my experience, if the game slows down to unplayable or unbearable speeds, it is probably because the user made an error somewhere that needs fixing. It is hilarious, but it was very frustrating at the exact moment. And what usually happens is people go, "Nyeh, frame rate death," and assume that their fortress is done and restart, right? But in reality, it's just a cat stuck behind a door. So for me, as a, I guess, a very experienced player, like, to me, that stuff's obvious and, like, the first thing I check for. But to a new player, it's not. And because a lot of people talk about how the game has running problems or it breaks easily or anything like that, it's like, well, no. Most of those issues are player caused or player fixable at the very least. If it wasn't caused by, you accidentally blocking a door or leaving something somewhere where it shouldn't be, odds are pretty good that there is a pretty simple fix staring you in the eyes if you just know what to look for. A random cat in your huge fort? Usually what I do to diagnose a problem of the frame rate being stuck is I look at this screen and then check all the dwarves who are currently doing no job. Because if it's a dwarf stuck, it'll be there. Otherwise, I just check pets and livestock, and then I will just cycle through all the cats or the dogs, or because it could be any piece of livestock, right? So you don't really know, but if it's your fort, so you probably know what you have. Keep track of what you have would be my advice, and try and limit your cat and you try and limit your pet population specifically. Like, you can have them, just make sure that you know where they are. Because cats, in my experience, are the biggest cause of frame rate death in Dwarf Fortress. Cats and pet dogs trying to get to their owners. Because they have no choice. That's the thing they have to do, is they have to get to the creature that they like. So the intelligent creature they like, they need to get to that person stat. So. But yeah, generally it's like, I'm curious about how finding stuff like that's going to be in the Steam version. I know some people are like, Tarn has to fix all of the bugs by the Steam release, and obviously that's not going to happen. There's still going to be, there always will be many bugs in Dwarf Fortress. It's just, it's a bug-filled mess, and that's why we love it. I'm sorry, you ride a motorcycle? I had no idea. But that's terrible. Soaps. Walked away with no head injuries, but you have a broken shoulder and 2 broken ribs and a cracked femur, and I'm hurting pretty bad. Are you at home right now, or are you like in hospital somewhere? That fucking sucks, dude. There we go. But it's actually, Ice Stew, one of the reasons why I recommend to new players to not bring any animals with them and sacrifice or eat all of the animals that they get. It's one of the reasons I recommend that. But fucking glad you're okay, dude. Glad you're okay. I didn't know that you rode motorcycles, though. I just learned something about you today. But, yeah, stay safe, dude. Can I ask what happened in the accident? Like, did you get hit, or did you hit somebody else? Whose fault? Who was at fault? Oh, I get you. Yeah, that's quite. Actually, shit. That reminds me of a video. Did I post this in memes last night? I can't remember. No, I didn't. Yeah, this video. So this is /r what the fuck, but I swear it's safe for work. So what you're telling me is you have one of those. But man, one of these those electric bikes are, you know, they need more regulations. I'm telling you. I have very unpopular opinions about those electric bikes and electric scooters. I despise them. It's like, I understand what they're trying to achieve with those things, but my God, they're just going to kill so many people before we get proper regulations for those things. So many people, so many people are going to get hurt. Like, I'm going to get hit by more of them. I almost got hit by one when I was carrying groceries last week. He was behind me and was mad that I didn't have, that I didn't hear him coming because I had my earbuds in. The guy fucking cursed me out. Scooted past me because I didn't get out of the way. He's like, get out of the way. I'm like, you're on the fucking sidewalk on a motor vehicle. Like, what? Yeah, no, I recognize your name. Yeah, no, I mean, like, let's be honest, right? I didn't properly get into Dwarf Fortress until I started streaming it. I was always like I was one of those people for years who would install the game, mess around with it for 30 minutes, get pissed off at the UI, and give up for a very, 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 very long time. Which is why I just roll my eyes at people who do that now. I broke Reddit? Yay. I mean, to be fair, Reddit sucks, so. I'm scared to show it because it is a viral video, which means someone might have copyright on it. And if someone has copyright on it, that could actually make me have to edit the VOD of this to cut it out, and I don't really want to do that because they'll block it in all countries unless I pay their very exorbitant licensing fee, and fuck 'em. It's worth every penny. I'm just fucking happy that you had a. I'm happy that you had a helmet, and I'm glad that you're okay. You know. I'm happy that you had a helmet, and I'm glad that you're okay. I just kind of accepted that wearing or riding bikes like that is just a thing that I will never do, because I just don't see well enough to do it. I mean, not much else I can do, except for just shrug and say fuck them. So, that's what I do. Oh, I know you're not supposed to ride them on the sidewalk. Same with a normal bike, but it's never stopped anybody. You know what I mean? It's like, there's a lot of things you're technically not supposed to do. It's never stopped anybody. But, you know, in order to stop people, you need to actively find people, right? You need to actively discourage people from doing a thing. Otherwise, they're just going to keep doing it. Also, you have to give them better bike lanes. You know, like if we had better bike lanes and like there are parts of the greater Vancouver area that have great bike lanes, right, Soaps? And then there are parts that are like, for reference, Soaps is local to me. So if I'm saying we and stuff like that, that's why. But like we have very good bike lanes in certain spots. In those places, there's no issue. People ride in the bike lane. I walk on the walkie lane. Everything good. We all happy. Nobody get hit by anything. But like in areas where you don't, and it's a busy street, people are going to do whatever the fuck. They'll ride on the wrong side of the road. They'll ride on the sidewalk. They'll yell at you to get out of the way. And it sucks. It sucks for everybody. And when they're going like 50 kilometers an hour on the sidewalk, it's even worse. Like I always tell people about the first time I saw an electric bicycle. The first time I saw an electric bicycle was 2018. And well, like a not homemade one, but like one of these modern ones that people are riding now. The first time I saw one was in 2018. And I was getting off of a bus at a bus stop, right? On the sidewalk. I stepped off of the bus and instantly got hit. Just stepped off and seconds later got hit by a bike. Guy biffs it, goes into the ditch. So like he goes over the handlebars, lands in the ditch, stands up and starts cursing me out. I'm sitting on the ground like, what the fuck just hit me? And he starts cursing me out and says, why didn't you look both ways? Like, bruh, I'm on the fucking sidewalk. Like, what? So that's why I have hatred against those bikes. Is because my first time ever seeing one was getting hit by one as I stepped out of a bus. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. I don't know. To me, like, the purpose of a bike, though, is to get some exercise, and e-bike kind of negates that, but what do I know? Yeah, but you probably are not, you know, going super fast. No, this is Canada. This is definitely... You know what my favorite myth about Canadians is? That we're all fucking polite. In reality, though, like, you know, Canada's just like any other country. There's dingbats and wingnuts and people being twats everywhere. Yes, cutest. I agree. I mean, I've always told people that sorry isn't an apology if you're speaking Canadian. It's an insult. Sorry is not an apology. If you hear a Canadian say sorry, blink twice because you just got insulted. Yeah, no, totally. Like, see, for you, it makes perfect sense, actually. So, like, logically, for you, Soaps, it makes perfect sense. For average Joe number 25 who's pretty fit, yeah, it doesn't fucking make sense. Get a bike. Yeah, shitter. Well, it's just like, you know, when someone says that they've had a bad week and I go, oh, I'm sorry. What? Or it's like when I worked in fast food and then someone's just like, why did I have to wait an extra 2 minutes for my food? Well, I'm sorry. You asked for your stuff fresh. That's on you, my friend. I don't know. So sometimes I feel like I give people the wrong impression, and I swear I'm a nicer person than I let on. I swear I'm not a bad person, generally. No, you absolutely should not. You should dismount if there's a bus stopping. But this guy's opinion was that I should be checking both ways. It's like, sorry, I live in Canada, not, like... I'm trying to think of, like, places in the world where you could kind of get away with that. Maybe, like, places in India. When there's, like, when it's like, yeah, there is no sidewalk. There is only street, and you run down the street. And the way you cross the street is you just walk with determination instead of slowly. Because if you walk slowly, you'll get hit. But if you walk quickly, you won't get hit. Right? Like, that's... We don't live in that country. We live in Canada. Like, I can't... Like, I shouldn't be getting hit at a bus stop, but it's all good. It is what it is. Then the guy hit and ran. Refused to give me his information. buzzed off. So that was cool. We often have trams that let people out on the road. You have trams? I'm so jealous. We almost got a bunch of trams and then they canceled it. For a much more expensive project, which hopefully will be nice. You dropped the AF because of some bug that you spent 2 hours searching what happened? And had enough? What bug? I'm just curious about what happened, the Ranger. I mean, other than being fucking hurt really bad, I wouldn't say my week was otherwise pretty good. Well, that's good to hear. When was the last time you injured yourself? No sense in getting all pissed about it. You know, I always tell people this, and then people always tell me to knock on wood, so I'm going to be ready to knock on wood and startle the dog, which is I've never broken a bone in my body, and I don't intend to start. So, don't break bones, kids. It's painful. Also didn't startle the dog, which I'm shocked by. But regardless, I'm glad you're all in one piece. Also, what do you mean by you should have fresh food ready, Axon? Are you okay? Oh, right. Yeah, duh. Of course I, you know, say things and then forgot what I said like 3 minutes later because I'm in ramble mode. I have a question. Were you trying to build that workshop? Or were you trying to get the dwarf to work at the workshop? Because it probably wasn't a bug. It was probably a player error, but... I'm curious. I'm very curious. You'll be around later? Alrighty, Exxon. We'll see you when you get back. I mean, I'm just mining out lots of stuff today. Kangaroo is fighting. The kangaroo fell off my wall. Or out of a tree. One of the two. Kangaroo jumped too high and broke its leg. Which is actually something I've seen happen in this game before, by the way. I saw a kangaroo jump way too high and it came down and cracked its leg. Unfortunately, the severed part did not sail off in an arc. Just knocking down all of that stone. This is going to look really cool when it's done, I hope. But yeah, no, if you're trying to build a workshop, the Ranjor, it is possible that either A, they needed to have a different job assigned, which they didn't have, or B, you needed architecture on the dwarf. See, this is one of the reasons why I say right now is the best time in the world to learn Dwarf Fortress, because like, if you ran into that, whatever problem you were having then, right now, you could have popped into one of like 8 Discords and just asked, posted the name of the workshop, and you probably would have had a fix for your problem in like 5 minutes, you know? But yeah, Spear is correct. There's at least 10 reasons why a job in a workshop does not get done. Spear is correct. Dragon Man, what up? Good to see you. How you been, man? I hope things are well, my dude. while we dig out large portions of dirt. You been reading? What you been reading? It's kind of fun. I lent a copy of Procedural Generation in Game Design, which is Tarn Adams' book, to my dad. Oh, what sort of fanfics? Anything in specific you've been reading? And if it's smut, I don't need to know about it. But I got my dad reading that, and he's been getting weirdly fascinated by games. Because my dad, bless his soul, is probably one of the most technologically intelligent people that I've ever known, and is also bloody terrified of technology. Like, he literally designs automation and robotic systems for a living. But he is also, like, terrified of the internet, thinks video games are addictive and dangerous, and, like, basically drank the Kool-Aid quite heavily in the 70s and 80s and 90s that D&D, video games, and the internet is dangerous for you and will kill you, probably. And it's been interesting making him read that book, because I think it might be converting him from video games are dangerous and going to rot your brain to video games is art, which is really interesting. It's been fun watching that progress happen. Worm X, I don't know what Worm X Warhammer 40k means, but hope it's been fun. Dune? Which book are you on, or just the first one? I need to get those audiobooks again. I listened to the Dune, all of Dune on audiobook on cassette tape in like 2005, and it was a lot of tapes. It was a lot of tapes. Got them from the library, because it was what you did back then. And it was like a stack like this of cases. Yeah, that comes out tomorrow here, I think. Which means if you've seen it already, you definitely didn't break the law, and I will not report you. But if they don't make a part 2, you're seriously going to put out? I mean, so put out what? Put out a fire? Put out your wang? Put out a snack for Santa? You're going in 2.5 hours? I'm so jealous. Put out your bottom lip and pout? I don't have friends to go see movies with, and going to the movie theater by myself makes me excessively depressed, so I'm probably just going to rent it at the exorbitant costs tomorrow and watch it. Because it's on several streaming services here, so as of tomorrow, so I will just rent it. I think it's in theaters as of today here. As of today. Like, as of last night, I guess. Merry Chrysanthemum. I try. You love going to the movies by yourself? I used to. I like going to the movies by myself if it's empty. Which is why I like going to go see Nicolas Cage movies by myself. But I don't like going to movie theaters if it's busy. I'd rather be at home, generally. Unless I'm going with people. If I'm going with friends, like the last movie I saw with a friend was Parasite, which was very hard for me to keep up with because of the subtitles. But that movie had glacial pacing, so it wasn't too bad. I ended up watching it a second time at home to catch all the subtitles that I missed. But annual tributes from the humans have arrived. But yeah, I don't watch movies all that often, unless it's in my house. Well, rather, I don't watch new movies all that often unless it's something I can just rent. There is a movie theater I like going to by myself, which is the Rio Theater in Vancouver, because it's small And generally, like they have documentaries and stuff there, and it's really fun going to go see documentaries at that movie theater because after the movie's over, people just kind of hang around in the lobby and like get drunk and buy all of their alcohol and just talk about the movie that we just watched, which is great fun usually. So I like going to late showings there during normal times, but who knows when I'll do that again. Yeah. So these days I generally just like watch a movie on my phone. Save the money. I theoretically like going to the movies. I'll put it that way. All right, that's the first one. Now we just need the second one. Where is the humans at? Yeah, that's why I said I like being in the movie theaters when I'm by myself. You can't sit for a whole 150 minutes. So hold on a second, old guy. Are you saying that small child can't sit still for 150 minutes? Also, movies are more like 225 minutes in the modern era. So you can't sit still for 225 minutes because you're too old. Does that mean that like you're aging backwards? Because you were like little child can't sit still, adult can sit still, old can't sit still. Because, like, that's the way that reads. It's like, at some point, you were just like, nah, can't sit still. You pee way more frequently than you used to. See, you could sit still. You just need to commit, right? That's what the large drink is for. You finish the large drink, and then you have a space to relieve yourself, and you don't need to get up and leave. No? Okay. This is also a benefit of seeing movies by yourself. Ew. I thought you were in a lab, Axon. Go back to your lab. Had to unlurk to say ew. Jimmy, what's up? It's good to see you. I can confirm I've never done that, though. I'm a bad person, but I'm not that bad of a person. You weren't seeing movies by yourself before. Now you are. Yeah, no, trying to think of good like movies that I saw in theaters that I was happy about seeing in theaters versus movies that I was unhappy about seeing in theaters. I don't know. I think it's for me. It just kind of like comes down to if I get to see a movie in the theaters with people that I know, that I'm down to go see it. If I have to go by myself, I would rather just rent it, because then I can pause, like old guy was saying, and use the toilet, and stop and make dinner, take the dog for a WALK, all that shit, all that jazz. Always, cutest, always, always. Although my favorite Boston Dynamics is the special effects crew that does like animations that look like Boston Dynamics and that are not. It's like Boston Dynamics robots like are going to kill us all, and that's just them picking up a rifle and just shooting people. I find those very funny. Yeah, rewind 30 seconds because you were actually thinking about what you're gonna make for breakfast tomorrow instead of the movie. Yeah. Movie isn't good, so instead of like pausing the movie and walking away, you just get really baked and then continue watching the movie. I've done that before. Like I was watching a movie a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't very good. So I like got up, rolled a joint, and got high, and then continued watching movie. I wanted to finish watching the movie, so I did, but it wasn't very good. Not really, no. Dragon Man, not really, no. I've been trying to convince my friend to go see Matrix 4 with me. Because that's my only plans for Christmas. It was kind of funny, like because like we just had Thanksgiving here in Canada, right? Like so other family plans have been popping up now. And my mom was like, "So, what do you want to do for Christmas this year?" Because like my sister's coming over, both of my sisters supposedly are coming over here, which is going to be interesting. I get to see my little sister and my older sister in the same room for the first time since 2018. It's been a while. But so my mom was asking me like what I want to do for Christmas. I'm like, I just want to see The Matrix, and she's like, what? I'm like, I'm gonna go see The Matrix. And she's like, they're making another Matrix. So that's like my only actual plans for Christmas is I'm going to go see The Matrix. Ha! I've passed 100 likes and don't have a dislike yet. Oh wow, it literally is a clone of the robot dog. You know what this looks like? This looks like something that one of the guys at the robotics club made. And also, this looks like Boston Dynamics from, like, 5-6 years ago. Like, this is what Boston Dynamics was doing a while ago. So, they got you wrecked there. Although, one thing I would like to post here is Black Mirror robot dog. Just remind everybody that this is a trailer of Black Mirror from 2011. The episode's titled Metalhead, featuring, where are these bloody things? You know, just this, where's the part where it does the thing? You know, just that. You know, just Black Mirror. Great show. Just give them guns and the ability to break glass, and you know, we'll be there. Black Mirror, great show. You should watch it. All right. Caravan from the Dwarves, I think, have arrived. No Outpost Liaison. How curious. Still no Outpost Liaison? It's 2 years of work. They probably don't have a lot of funding. I mean, no, it doesn't look like they have a lot of funding. I mean, why don't they just go, like, buy one of those Boston Dynamics robots and just clone it piece for piece? Because wouldn't that be cheaper than, like, developing your own shit? Works for China. Should work for you guys, too, you'd think. T-Cal, have you actually seen the Boston Dynamics robot dog? There's a lot of videos of people trying to kick it over. Didn't some company put a gun on the robot dog? I'm pretty sure that's a false animation. Animated by that one animation studio that makes parody videos. I'm pretty sure. Maybe somebody actually did. I don't know. But there is a parody animation of somebody putting a shotgun on the robot dog, and also a parody animation of the humanoid Boston Dynamics robot running around with an assault rifle. They don't have enough money. So they have funding, but not enough funding is what you're telling me. Gotcha. There was a Boston Dynamics dog with a remote low-caliber turret on it. And an arms fair somewhere. Well, we're all gonna fucking die. That's all I have to say. You know, you know, if we as a species could figure out how to develop technology for reasons aside from killing people, man, we would get so much further in life. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about, like, rocket technology, but at the same time, it's like, oh, well, we're going to use that to kill people, too. Come on. Like, quit being excited. We're definitely going to use those to kill people. Called Sword International, excuse me? Sword, you're telling me. Are they friends with Stab International? We're on the boring dystopia train, that's for sure. And just remember, come to Twitch for all of your entertainment and buy all of your groceries from Amazon. And all of the everythings that you need to buy from Amazon. Absolutely. Because, you know, it is the absolute best place to get everything. I don't even know where I'm going with this. It's not working. Started off as an attempt at a bit, and then I just kind of lost the thread. The robot base is built by Ghost Robotics and carries a specially designed gun. Speaking of dumb shit, has anybody here, and like dystopia nightmares, has anybody here seen the thing that Palmer Luckey is up to now? Palmer Luckey being the guy who prototyped the Oculus Rift and then sold it to Facebook and then got fired from Facebook for being a bit of a dingus on the social medias. Anyway, got fired from Facebook for being kind of a troll. Anyway, he's making anti-drone drones. He's making anti-drone drones. Let's see if I can find the pitch video. It's like psychotic. Yeah, this was the video that I saw on it. What's this? Boston Dynamics. Holy shit! Oh, it's a paintball gun. Okay. Still, no. Just no. No. Don't teach them to shoot people. That should be like rule numero uno. So make sure that the robots don't know how to kill people. Well, I'm sure the BBC will. The people putting the gun on it won't. Like, of course the BBC will condemn it, but... Yeah, like Oppenheimer condemned the... Yes. Yes. Yes, Donna Minstrel. Also, hello, Donna Minstrel. I hope you're doing well. You know, frankly, I like Boston Dynamics. Boston Dynamics is doing good work, and people need to do what Boston Dynamics is doing. People need to not put guns on the Boston Dynamics. You know, like that's the thing that matters here. It's like you can make the cool humanoid robot. You can make the cool doggy robot. You can make the cool bird drone. Just don't put gun on the bird drone. Give me Baymax, not Ironhead. I don't know what Ironhead is, but I do know what Baymax is, and I agree. Give me Baymax. Quick purchasing sesh. Did you bring anything fun? Nothing I particularly need. Was that the name of the dog in that Black Mirror? I think they're called... The episode was titled Metalhead. I don't know what the actual dogs are called. Also, I haven't watched that in like 5 or 6 years, so it's been a while since I've seen the first and second seasons of Black Mirror. I love that show so much. I just wish dearly that the current seasons were better. Because they are disappointing. All right, let's work on this next layer. I don't know. Robots are cool and we should be working on them, but like, I don't know. Don't give them guns, please. Uh-oh. One down, because I went up too high. I gotta be very careful to not screw this up. I think we are past the part of do not put guns on robots, drones being used in massive scale in some conflicts. Oh, I know. Please realize that most of what I'm saying here is like sarcastic and whatnot. Like I'm well aware that we're definitely putting guns on robots. But also, please don't put guns on robots. My statement still stands. I do agree, though. We are way past that, unfortunately. The fuck is cryolite? Oh, were you're watching the Palmer Lucky video? It is true, though. The only thing that can take out a swarm of drones is swarms of bigger, faster drones. It's just the fact that he's literally making suicide drone bombers is crazy to me. That's what your Oculus Rift money went to. To those of you who kickstarted Oculus. I'm very happy I didn't back that Kickstarter, by the way. As cool as Oculus Rifts are, I'm very happy I didn't back that Kickstarter. So far, in YouTube comments, only one person doesn't like the new Beak Dogs. See, this is what I mean by people having unrealistic expectations. This comment, I'll read it out. Why do we see a black border when he scrolls to the left in 52? I thought the map in Dwarf Fortress was gigantic. And even if the border should be a cost, does the game only loads one specific section as you play? This is why I say that I'm worried about people's unrealistic expectations. People don't realize that. They think it's one giant map. It's like, yes, it is, but you have to load out and load back in adventure mode. That's what I'm worried about. You work in VR dev? Oh, game dev or just tech side? Yeah, I love the idea of VR. It's something that I've accepted will literally never work for me. TLDR, because since you're new here, this eye doesn't work at all, and I see out of tunnel vision in this eye. Looking at VR is about as interesting to me as holding my phone this close away from my face. It literally has, like, I have no depth of field effects. I've got no scaling effects. I like, my brain just, like, doesn't process the cool that a lot of people talk about with VR. Also, it makes me extremely motion sick very quickly. But the actual issue for me is, like, I don't notice any of the things that make VR interesting. Which I realize isn't like a fault of the technology. It's a fault of my disabilities, but game dev art side, oh, it's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. Have you worked on anything I've heard of? But, you know, I really like VR as a technology, and I want to see it continue to get developed. Specifically because I want to see it get to a point where I could use it. But, you know, maybe one day. Some people try to get at least robots that decide by themselves who who to target get banned. I doubt that'll work out. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. But real space map stuff, gotcha. I love the theory of the, or theoretically I love the ideas behind those real space rooms where you, like, I think there was a Ghostbusters thing that was touring for a bit there, where like you put on a VR headset attached to a backpack and you go through like a pseudo escape room set of rooms, and so you actually have like things that are mapped one-to-one in the environment in reality, but you see them differently than you would otherwise. It's just a whitewashed room, but then with the goggles on it looks like a haunted house environment. That shit's cool. I love that idea in theory. I just, you know, I'm one of those kids that grew up watching way too much Star Trek, and if I can live to see a day where we have a functioning holodeck, I will be very happy. That's basically it. Man, how the heck do I respond to this comment? I'm so sorry, Alfonso, but like, Dwarf Fortress only loads in a very small portion of the map in Fortress mode. Comments like that make me very worried. What am I digging? I am digging out a large chunk of thing that's going to eventually be a giant open cavern. And it's going to hopefully work as a magma into... Why am I blanking? A magma or a lava into obsidian forge, basically. So I'm going to put lava at the bottom of it, fill the bottom layer up with lava, and then dump water on it. So that's what it's going to be. But it's going to have a lot of work that needs doing first. But yeah, that's what we're working on. What it's going to end up looking like is this. Well, it starts up here. This is the first layer that we've dug out. And it's going to do this. All the way down to there. Oopsies. That was the help button. Not the swap layers button. But yeah, so it's going to take a little bit. Hopefully we can get it partway done today. We also need a water reservoir up above the thing. Although I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do that. I'm kind of thinking about making the water reservoir go around the outside and then down and then shoot in from all four corners. I kind of have like a plan idea. It's going to require a lot of water pressure, but I think I kind of have a plan. And then we're going to need drains. Yeah, should be good. Should be good. And we can use lava from here pretty safely. Although I might actually have to drain a bunch of lava out of the central lava tube in order to hook up a safe disposal unit. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do this, but we'll figure it out. That, or actually I could just do this the easy way and just cut a hole in this and use the pump stack to fill it, but that actually would be the easy way of doing it. Maybe I'll just do it that way. Just do it the easy way. Just use the pump stack. Yeah, maybe I'll just do it that way. Just use the pump stack. But yeah, it's going to be a giant obsidian forge. And then I'm going to use the obsidian to reconstruct the majority of the top half of the fortress. 0. Dawn of Minstrel. Pumping lava also had net almost 0. Maybe 2 or 3 frames. Next to nothing. Pumping water is similar. No effect on the frame rate. Also, if anybody here was the person who responded to that comment, thank you, by the way. So, yeah, I think, like, I've kind of come to terms with the fact that the vast majority of FPS issues are player-created. Dawn of Minstrel. Like, lava only causes FPS issues if there's a dwarf trying to get across it, and they can't, and they're trapped. Fire only causes frame rate issues if there's creatures on one side trying to get to the other. It's almost always dwarven or pet pathing, or fortress-related creatures trying to path. It's almost always that, or some player-caused mistake is usually the cause for frame rate issues in DF. Which some people don't like to hear. Some people get like oddly spacey at me when they're like, no, it definitely affects the frame rate. You're wrong. It's like, well, I mean, we're both right to a degree. Like, yes, the game does naturally slow down and certain things can cause the game to slow down, but I from my experience with a not particularly up-to-date computer, is that the game kind of just runs. And if it slows down dramatically to an unplayable state, it's probably the player that fucked up. That or like you ignored some warning, like maybe you made the playable map size bigger than... Maybe you made the playable map size bigger than the game recommends, for example, or something. So, of course, you're going to run into frame rate issues. It would be nice if there was some catch or alert that the game could give feedback for people to help understand that it was happening. I do agree with that, but I also wonder, like, how much of a time sink that would be on the dev end. I have no idea, so... And I don't really know how complex the game is, but... Yeah, no, exactly. There's a lot of mistakes that the player can make, and the game doesn't communicate to you that they were a mistake or that you even made the mistake in the first place. But I don't know. For me, that's part of the fun of the game. Is like when something gets fucked up, it's like, all right, what do I need to fix? But also at the same time, yeah, it's definitely a fault of the game. It's definitely a fault of the game's obtuseness. Aunt or my mom? It is my aunt.
Thanks to AdAnimal104 for my sub gift. Cooler one yay also. Banana.
Hey Cooler, welcome back. Thanks again to Animal for your sub gift. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Animal's sub gift? But cheers, Cooler. For those of you who don't know, Cooler_SK does all of the arts for my channel. So if you see a piece of arts that you like, Cooler probably drew it. Cooler probably drew it. If you see an animation that you like, Cooler probably animated that. There you go. You figured out how to beer with HS Cheers. Hell yeah. Responding to YouTube comments like a boss. Woken up by the cat. Oh no. It's the worst. I got woken up by the alarm that went off that I set. That went off when I set it to go off. was awful. Ruined my good night's sleep, to be honest. Although impressively, the dog hasn't woken me up yet. It's kind of I just got a weird email from Nitrado that I'm very perplexed by. But I don't think it's really intended for me. Yeah, surprisingly, I haven't been woken up by the dog yet, even though I've been taking care of her for a bit now. I'm kind of shocked that she hasn't woken me up yet. She's actually quite a polite sleeper, fortunately for me. Also, rip Dawn of Minstrel. Sorry. Can't win them all. So much digging. Good Christ. So one problem with these mega projects is it takes forever and ever. You were glad to attempt to be part of something for a second. It's kind of a mood right that there. So I'm going to need to route water from up here down into a reservoir that I'm going to need to put right here. So I need to figure out how I'm going to shape the reservoir, and what I'm thinking about doing is it'll be like a circle thing in the middle that then goes down around the outside of this bigger cube, and then either drops... Actually, I have an idea. I could do like 2 or 3 shafts kind of around the edge of this that pop water out in the middle that just kind of spray water everywhere and it goes psh. I think that's probably what we're going to try and do. Concern is if I don't make the reservoir big enough and it doesn't cover all of the lava, then we're going to have a bunch of lava everywhere. That's the actual concern, but should be fine. Should be fine. But then we'll have a very large amount of obsidian pretty frequently, which then we can mine out and use for other things. Basically a virtually infinite supply of obsidian blocks. Actually infinite supply of obsidian blocks, not virtually. Literally infinite supply of obsidian blocks. And then we get to go through the arduous task of rebuilding the entire fort, basically, out of obsidian, naturally. I will say, though, on the topic of going outside and being around other people, going to a concert on Saturday. So stream on Saturday is going to be kind of short. Not entirely certain what the plan for that is just yet, but yeah, that stream is going to be a little short, but should be fun. I hope that the concert goes smooth. A little worried. It's my first concert since since early 2020, actually. I went to go see Death Angel in early 2020, and that was the last concert I went to. So I get to go to a concert on Saturday. Proof of vaccination required, masks required, all that jazz. Should be curious. Hopefully it all goes well. How happy is this dwarf? Well, satisfied at work. I don't know if we can actually, like, pull you back out of it, but maybe we can. Love remembering talking with their child. Finished up some work, and that was satisfying. To be fair, From what we can tell, this is some of the most satisfying work you could give a dwarf. Quick check! Thank you very much for that brand new subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new subscription from Quick Check? Seriously, thank you. For following the other day and for subscribing for the very first time to this channel. One of us. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and such for as long as you keep that sub active. So I don't know what I actually want to do with these walls. Is a problem that I have. It's gonna be quite the project. Hopefully by the end of today we can do the floor cave-ins. At the speed that we're going, I think we might actually be able to. The actual difficult part is going to be trying to think how to word this. The actual difficult part is going to be routing the water and the lava. But the actual project itself is pretty simple. It's just large in scale. There's just going to be a lot of it. There's going to be a lot of it. It's the one thing we really know for certain. If I seem distracted today, it's because I am reading and responding to YouTube comments in the background. Put up a news video today about the Steam version because, well, we got our first ever sightings of a Goblin Siege in the Steam version. So if you want to see things sail off in an arc, go watch the Kit Fox video. Then go watch mine. It's just cool to actually have that shit out in the wild now. Paint the ground red, as they say. Paint the ground red. But how you been today? Quick check. Gotta do that quick check-in. Hope you've had a good morning. I don't know what time zone you're in. It could be evening for you, but today was short walk, then made breakfast, ate breakfast, made lunch, put that in fridge, then waited around and then edited a video, and then I started streaming an hour late. Here we are. For the 1 hour late stream. Sometimes you just have to start late to get a project out the door. Now we're just digging in Longdeath, making sure the mayor's happy, keeping track of trading. This is also good because a lot of the dwarves have needed a constant work like this, and the constant satisfied at work is helping, hopefully, with some of these stressed out dwarves who have been super stressed out for a while due to the slight invisible ghost issue. Speaking of, this is the 1 silver statue, yeah? Gotta put up a statue of the old mayor who passed away. It's not actually a ghost, it's just reminded myself, because like, those are probably done. Probably do that. But yeah, we are building a very, very large project. It's going to be hopefully exciting by the end of it, because I would like to, rather than mining out all of these floors with channels, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in supports on each layer.
Coming from?
It's coming from me. Ba 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 boo.
Oh my god, it's a ghost!
If you make that command louder, I'll update it. Just an FYI, cutest. Also, hey, Dominoc, what's up? what my plans are is I'm going to put a support under each level, and then I'm going to carve all the way around the outside, and then carve all the way around all the supports, and then just pull a lever and collapse the whole thing in on itself. So hopefully we'll get a lot of smoke. Hopefully. So that part should be fun. Also got a long ways to go. We got a lot of layers to cut out. A lot of layers. We're also gonna need drains and everything. Like we actually need a lot of things for this. In case I dump too much water into it, I need to have a way of draining the water out. Could also set up pumps to pump out excess water. That could be fun. I don't know though. We'll see. Virtual smoke generator. Oh, there will definitely be a lot of smoke. There will definitely be a lot of smoke. I don't know how interesting it is just watching Dwarves mine stuff, but I could just sit here and watch Dwarves mine things like this all day. This is way too entertaining to me. This like gets all of the parts of my anthill brain going, and it's good. I'll try in a couple hours. I could boost the volume off stream if I remember. I just need to put it into Audacity Dark and tweak it. It depends on whether or not whether or not it cools. Like sometimes I've had pockets of heated lava still. But yes, cooled lava becomes obsidian. You do get some other stones forming in certain places, but the cold lava just becomes obsidian. I think if you freeze lava mist, it becomes something else, but I don't really have an easy way of doing that. I'd have to throw it on ice, I think, to do that. It's pretty much like akin to Minecraft in that regard, that it becomes in that regard, it is essentially just pretty similar to Minecraft. Or Minecraft is similar to Dwarf Fortress, I guess, in that if lava has water combined, they just become obsidian. I really hope that one day Tarn actually implements his dreams of having proper densities for different types of rocks, so that you wouldn't want to make your fortress out of chalk or soap, for example. I know it's very dwarfy to build a fortress out of soap. That being said, like, come on. Come on. I just realized I super didn't add an end screen to this video. Probably add one of those. Done. I was kind of in a rush this morning. Clean mouths. The banner is of a dwarf in a bath. The dwarf is in the bath. The dwarf is screaming. The bath is devouring the dwarf. In the background, there is an image of 1,000 soap blocks. The tower is falling. The soap is contorted into a circle. Or smeared out into a spiral. There you go. The sun is rising. The sun is laughing. The dwarf, the bath, and the soap are burning. This is the image of Clean Mouths, a dwarven fortress. I don't know why I went with mouths instead of mountains, but seemed scarier. I don't know. Clean mouths. Dentists love them. I really hope that the Steam version has some super easy, accessible way of seeing your dwarves, seeing your fortress's banner. Because right now the game doesn't really have an easy way of doing that. Like, you quite literally just have to, like, engrave an image of it on a wall. Like, you have to figure out what your fortress is, what your faction is called, and then, like, engrave the faction symbol on a wall. Like, there really isn't an easy way of, like, seeing your fortress's symbol. And that would be a way of very much making the Steam version superior to the current version. It's actually really difficult to find that information of what your fortress's symbol is. Still no dislikes, 124 likes. If we hit 200 likes before a dislike, I think that might be my record. At least for a news video. I know that the Tarn the first interview I did with Tarn got 100 or 500 likes before it got a dislike. And the person who disliked it was very mad because the audio quality was unlistenable, apparently. Free 2 is still super depressed. Well, at least some things never change. I do know one of the recent, just because you said clean mountains or whatever, my next fortress is going to be called Clout Mountain. And I don't know what the goal of it's going to be. Because when I was making the fortress for Reigns of Terror, which is my other series that I have running, I ended up calling the fortress Dark Cosmos, but one of the randomly generated names was Clout Mountain. And I maintain that Clout Mountain is way too good of a name to not use it at some point. So I'm going to have to make a fortress called Clout Mountain. Maybe like for spring or something. I did a fortress for Easter last year, and it was basically just get all of the bunnies and tame all of the bunnies. Maybe we should do something like that for Easter. Name the fortress Clout Mountain. Maybe we have to be like at war with every faction in the game or something. Just have like mass factions and just have as many as possible. Try and find every single one of them and go to war with everybody. Only nobles? That's not how that works. You can't have only nobles in Dwarf. Maybe it's just like become the mountain home could be the goal, but I don't know. I need to do a fortress called Clout Mountain at some point. Or rather, I mean, I could make it a library. Because I guess scholars are kind of a noble. But they are also very inefficient at actually doing things. And there they go. Well, we're getting the outsides of this done. That's good. I actually don't have that many smoothers generally working. What kind of stones are these, actually? I haven't looked. Granite, 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 and gabbro. Okay. More gabbro. More granite. Granite. A lot of granite, some hornblende. I'm also trying to figure out like what the best way of actually Clout, C-L-O-U-T. Clout. Clout Mountain. Cloud Mountain, I know what I would do, obviously. Sky Fortress, naturally. On one pillar, up in the sky. At the top Z level. That would be Cloud Mountain. Clout Mountain, I don't know. I can't, speaking of clouds, I still can't get over that one post that Tarn put into the Future of the Fortress a little while ago where he was just like, yo, what if we could mine clouds? Like, just go up high enough and then mine some cloud blocks and build a floating fortress. Tarn, never stop coming up with weird ideas, please. Fortress about performers that are competing for clout with a big performance hall? Actually, yeah, you could do that. Could do like a fortress library with a massive tavern and like 10 tavern keepers. You know what would probably happen though if you did that with too many tavern keepers is people would just fucking show up. And, oh, actually, you know, maybe I could do this for Christmas. But people would just show up and then they would fall asleep on the dance floor and then they'd drown. Because I don't know how many of you actively play Dwarf Fortress, but Dwarven Barkeeps, okay, I'll put it this way. In human world, right, the world that we live in, if you have had too much alcohols, the bartender usually goes, yeah, buddy, you've had enough. It's time to go wrap it up for the day. If you know what I'm saying. But in Dwarf Fortress, it's like, aw, you've fallen on the ground. Must need some more booze. And then alcohol poisoning intensify. So, becomes a problem. Wouldn't that lead to many barons? If you conquer the holding, don't they just become a helix, though? I thought that if you conquer a holding, it just makes them into a, like, a place that's economically linked to you. Thus, you don't, like, acquire their royalty. You just acquire their stuff. Unless I'm, like, off base there. Maybe I'm incorrect, but like I've conquered holdings before and I've never ended up with like weirdly large numbers of barons. Like I've conquered and occupied places before and I've never ended up with weirdly large numbers of barons. But if you've had it happen, like I'd love to know about it. I've definitely had more. I think I've had two barons and a king in my fort. I think was the most royalty I've ever had. The reason we got a second baron is because somebody died. And one of my migrants was the only remaining heir. But that fortress was still there. They just became a baron in my fort because somebody else died elsewhere in the world. So, there is that. You once had a fortress with 8 barons, no king? Okay, well that's not something I've ever had happen, so. Now, did you get that by conquering things? Or were you just playing like the equivalent of Pokemon, but for nobles? As the dwarves continue to dig weird phallic objects. Lots of linked villages. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never had like an abundance of barons, but I've also never really tried to have an abundance of barons. I tend to, I don't know, just jump straight to having kings. You know, like. But you know, that's also just like weird. It's Dwarf Fortress. You know, what I consider to be a normal thing that happens only happens once every 10 years. Like, I had a user in my chat once who was just like, so I'm playing Dwarf Fortress and I'm on my 2nd fort. Why did how do you survive the dragon attack? And I was like, what? They were like, how do you survive the dragon attack? Both of my forts have been attacked by the dragon. I'm like, dragon attacks are really rare, so I usually catch them in a cage trap, but they don't happen that often. And this person had literally built 2 forts in 2 separate worlds, and within the first 2 years got invaded by a dragon both times. I've seen 2 dragons in like 10,000 hours of this game. 2. 2. So I don't know what that person was doing or what kind of magic they were casting, but they were attracting all of the dragons. Or like this one person who was just like, so I think I'm getting invaded by a demon. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? And essentially what was happening was they got invaded by a normal army of goblins, but that normal army of goblins had 5 like hell demons, like demons that come from the deep, deep underground, like you're not supposed to find it, don't dig too deeply and greedily bullshit zone. They spawn down there. They don't spawn on the overworld. But they posted screenshots. There was demons everywhere. Just like swarming in as part of the siege, labeled as invaders, everything. But they were definitely demons. So those goblins just had like this OP army of like fucking Satan spawn just invading everybody, which is kind of amazing. The things that can happen in Dwarf Fortress, it's like what I consider to be normal might not be normal. Giant cave toad is going splat. But, you know, that's the fun of this game is, like, messing around with it, having weird shit happen, and then telling other people the weird shit that happened because their jaw might just, like, hit the table when you talk to them about it. It's just like whenever Sathanos is in my chat and just casually drops a bomb like, oh, yeah, no, when I started breeding hydras for food. I mean, I've never bred a hydra in Dwarf Fortress. Apparently they are born full grown. They don't have baby state. So they don't spawn as baby and then slowly grow up like dragons and a lot of other critters in DF. No, there's just suddenly an adult hydra there. So apparently they're a very efficient food source, which is like... okay. They're like, yeah, I only needed to slaughter like 2 a year. It's like... I'm just sitting here blinking incessantly. It's like, I'm sorry, you did what now? Exactly? You were doing what for food? Be like a person in real life telling you, yeah, I just started up my dodo farm. And yeah, no, they're real tasty. They're great with barbecue sauce. We have 47 dodos on the farm right now. And be like somebody just like turning around and saying like, yeah, I'm farming an endangered species. Because that's how a lot of like the big creatures are in DF. Like they are rare because they are rare. And they just don't spawn in some cases. Or like they'll die in World Gen and you'll never see them in other cases. And it's just like, oh my god, you did what? So, Dwarf Fortress is a fun video game. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuning in, hanging out, and watching. I realize this is probably like maybe the least interesting Longdeath has been in a while because I'm just digging out a hole, but like, you know, is what it is. Today's just kind of quiet, probably because we started up an hour late, which is unfortunate, but is what it is. Just thanks everybody for tuning in and watching, and chilling, and hanging out, keeping me company while I watch my dwarves dig. Holes are awesome. That's what he said? Well, I'm glad it's a good vibe. You're on the wrong keyboard again, cutest. I'm very amused by everything you've said the last 2 minutes. You think you need a new laptop? Why that? I mean, you typed in those last two sentences just fine. This one doesn't want to respond? Well, that's not good. Wait, are you on a phone now or something? How old's the laptop? Hopefully whatever group you're studying with has more funding than that Boston Dynamics Russian knockoff. You're going to sleep, Durandra? You have a good night. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. As per usual. Think you're overreacting and you'll clean this one? I mean, that's probably what you need to do. So you know what sucks? The race on Sunday this weekend, the F1 race, starts at noon my time, if my math is correct. Which means if I want to watch the F1 race, I might just do a super short stream on Sunday. That might be the plan. It's just early awesome short stream Sunday. Thank you for watching the stream for all things dwarfy and awesome, I suppose. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Reservoir? Keeping that sub alive for a 19th month. God, fucking time flies. Ah! Anyway. We're just doing very dwarfy things right now. We're digging out a big hole. Big thanks. Thanks for helping this weird show stay funded. One sub at a time. I think it starts at noon my time. Or at least that's what the website says, so I assume that's right. It's pretty, like, local time oriented. So, yeah, I don't know what to do Sunday because of that. I don't know what to do. Can you create minecart racing? Not really. That's not quite how minecarts work. I don't really like minecarts. Mostly because I tend to kill more dwarves with minecarts than I want to, so. On an Alexa skill? I mean, like, Alexa, search for Apple. Wait, what do you mean by an Alexa skill? I don't know. I don't have an Amazon Alexa, so I don't know what an Alexa skill is, but F1 is the only sport I follow, so I'm mildly curious. Or rather, it's the only sport I follow actively. I sometimes bandwagon on hockey, but that's only if I have friends who are currently watching hockey, and currently I don't have any friends, so, which is not true. I don't have any friends that watch hockey. But what's this Alexa skill do, if I can ask? So what you're saying is Alexa could give you live spoilers? Tisk. But fair enough. I have no idea how any of that stuff works. I don't know. I find Amazon Alexas to be, and like Google Assistant and Microsoft Cortana, I find all of those things to be a little bit spooky in kind of a 1984 kind of way. So I just, you know, considering like, you know, there's thousands and thousands of hours of footage of me on the internet, I like to disconnect sometimes and not have them listening to me, you know what I'm saying? So I don't use any of those, but it's kind of neat. Great work on the latest video on YouTube. I wonder where that came from. What's up, Picture Point? I had to start an hour late, and so I think the result was a lot of people didn't realize I was streaming today, but this is what it is. Although, what time does the race start? And could you set an alarm for fuck off at the clock in the morning? Would be very helpful as a West Coaster who likes F1, because it's a hard sport to like as a Canadian West Coaster, because it's like most races are like race starts at 6 or 5, or if it's Sochi, 3. Yeah. So that's fun, I guess. It's a hard sport to like. Anyway, how's life, Picture Point? I theoretically could do aliens tonight if you want. Theoretically. If you and Hobo are free. But yeah, sounds fun. And a translation. What language are you working on it normally? Look into it and into the backlog. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what part of the world you're from, Fluxstone, but for me, watching F1 is, like, I understand why F1 isn't popular in North America. It's because it's, like, in order to actually watch a lot of the races, you have to wake up at stupid hours. Ah, you're German. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it's neat, though. I need to use the restroom real quick. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. BRB, give me 2 seconds. You'll be back at 6:30-ish, if that works for Hobo. I mean, we can ask him. We can ask him. That might be a bit late for me, but I'd be down to just play, too. But we'll see. Might be a bit late for Hobo. I don't know what his weekend plans are. If it's anything like last weekend, it might be a bit late for him. But thank you, Bastin. Wasn't gone very long. I literally stood up, just walked to the restroom, used it, and came back. So. After washing my hands, of course. It's all this darn coffee. But I've started playing Trackmania again covertly off stream. So that's been my biggest time sink when not streaming recently. You have a purring, snuggly kitty next to you, and tomorrow you're gonna go spend all of your birthday money on kitty food. I mean, fish, right? Kitty food, yes. All depends on if Hobo's free, Picture Point. So, Picture Point, when do you start streaming again? You know, on the old Picture Point channels. No pressure, of course. No. Well, I mean, there's also the possibility of if 6:30 ends up being a bit late for Hobo, is I could just pop onto your stream, and we could just shoot some Xenos on your channel if you want. But that's also a possibility. I'd be okay with that. If you guys don't know who Picture Point is, he streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes. On how to cat-proof your place. Do you want to know how to cat-proof your place? Take the house, okay, lift it up with a helicopter and fly away, and then you have an empty lot and let the cat have the empty lot and put a fence around it. That's how you cat-proof it. You can't cat-proof a house, basically. That's all I'm trying to say. Actually, a trick that I learned to keep cats from jumping onto things, take tape, leave it sticky side up along your countertops when you're not at home, so that if cat jumps up, it gets covered in sticky tape. Tends to keep them from jumping on your countertops. They do that once or twice, and then they never do it again. And assuming it's not like duct tape and it's like just packing tape, they can get it off themselves, no problem. That's a good strat. It's also hilarious to watch, by the way. It was the only way we could get my ex's cats from jumping on the counter. Yeah, they don't like things stuck to their fur for sure. But yeah, no, spoilers, you really can't get rid. You really can't fully cat-proof any place. If there's a space they can get to that they want to get to, they will get to it. Aluminum foil. Oh yeah, I guess the crinkle. They don't like the crinkle, I guess. Yeah, I could see that working. I bet you like plastic wrap would also work, but then I'd be worried about them eating it. Like it can't be a thing that they could choke on. But yeah, what we used to always do is we would just take like just plain old fucking Scotch tape and just put like a strip of it on the ground on the counter, and they would just jump onto it and go. And they get tape stuck to them and they fall off, and then they roll around on the ground for 10 minutes and try and figure out how to get this tape off of themselves. We did that in the bathroom, and we also did that in the kitchen. It's the cat's domain, yep. And also the cat has the comfiest seat in the house. It's just like with a dog. If a dog pees on it, then it's in the dog's domain. But with cats, if they can see it, it's in their. If they can reach it, it's in their domain. Fortunately, dog has to pee on it, so. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11 layers to go. 12 layers to go. And we've done 1, 2, 3. It's a long way to go. Have you guys seen that video that's kind of been popping all over Reddit recently of the snake and they put it in the wall and then a billion rats fall out of the wall and into a bucket? Have any of you guys seen that video? Because I have a question. Why don't the rats just jump out of the bucket? Hold on, I'll find you a link. Yeah, snack job. No, but okay, just watch the video. This video is definitely like probably copyrighted. /r snack is wonderful. Okay, that's one of the best subreddits in the world. Rats do not equal smart? Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah, but they have this thing called self-preservation. God, snakes are so cute. You're right. That's probably my favorite recent viral video that I've seen. Just the for anybody looking for this, if you're watching the VOD or something, just go to Reddit and go to /r snack and look up snack job. It's a brilliantly good little video. Also, like, they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Huh. Stardew Valley dev has new game? Or is this Stardew Valley expansion? I'm confused. No, Stardew Valley dev is making a new game. Huh. Whoa. Here's a link. If anybody wants to see it. Looks like Stardew Valley. I don't know. It's incredibly dangerous to put your snake in a wall. I can't even believe I'm saying that. I mean, I wouldn't put my snake in a wall, which is a weird sentence to say. If I had a pet snake, I would never put them in a wall. But also, that video is still great. But I would like to see them prove that it's a staged video, though. But if someone were to say it's staged, I don't know. I don't know if I would immediately believe that. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Speaking of investments, rip picture point tickets. Can't even invest one because he has 0 somehow? You're a gambling man? You must have left right after you all in, and then now you're back here and you don't even have 1 ticket yet. This stream actually is just here to discover who has a gambling problem. Then there's Bastet, who just somehow has a 100% win rate, somehow. You have a gambling solution? Is it called alcohol? What's your gambling solution? It seemed more like a selfie than a kitty pic. Past that. It's not a problem, it's a solution. So what is your solution, though? Unless you just gamble a lot, and that's the solution. Because I don't know if that's necessarily a solution. That, I think, may, like, more like you just took up gambling as a hobby. That's not how that works, though. That's not what that word means, though. Like at all. Nope, up top. Also, shoutouts to the person who just bought me a coffee on coffee. Thanks, person who just bought me a coffee. It's a lot of coffee. Jesus. So shoutouts to the stranger for buying coffee. And good wins, Dominoc and Jimmy Tibby. 1701. This new game will have cute ghosts. Is that like an instant sold? I've been trying to figure out what I should do on Halloween. I was like, I kind of want to play a Halloween game on Halloween. I've been debating on, because I'll probably try and finish the Reigns of Terror Fortress on Halloween. But I think I might play through Inside on that day as well, or try to, which is like a 3-hour playthrough for me these days. If you've never seen Inside, that game is wonderful. Has a great atmosphere too. Very much enjoy that game. It's one of my favorite games ever made, just period. Inside alt ending is the best. Spoilers for Inside for a second. The one where you, like, well, actually, this isn't really spoilers if you haven't played the game because it's so general, but the one where you go in and unplug yourself. Because, yes, it is very good. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to actually unlock the ability to do it, but yes, it is very good. Although I would say that, like, the end sequence of Inside is maybe one of my favorite end sequences for a video game, like, period. I think my favorite ending for a video game is probably the ending of Portal 2. But my favorite end game sequence is probably Inside. Like, my favorite ending for a video game, just period, is Portal 2. Like, that's the one game that I wish that there was actually some mind erasing technology that worked, that wasn't just like a fucked up mistake that the government did in the, like, 60s. I wish that there was actual mind erasing technology so that I could erase my memory of the ending of that game and re-experience it, because it was so fucking awesome the first time I experienced it. It was genuinely wonderful. You have a good bath? Last it? I mean, you've won so many, so many investments recently. It's like, I think you can afford a loss here and there. You know what I'm saying? Because in general, you're just demolishing everything. You know, I'm kind of amazed at how well this news video is doing. Got 1.3 thousand views, and it's been up for what, 4 hours? About that? Yeah, about that. That's a lot of views. No dislikes yet. Yay. Because it has gobs. It is first time seeing gobs. This is fact. And they look badass. Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny. Wesley Films just commented on the video saying that it's kind of hard to tell the difference between the goblins and the dwarves because they have such similar looking armor. I kind of like that because you're just going to take your army, you're going to throw it into their army, and it's just chaos. And it's just up to you to decipher it, and then hopefully your dwarves come out on top by the end of it, you know? And I think that's a lot of the fun of the combat for DF for me is just, look at all the chaos, shit's exploding, ah! And then it's over, you know? Yes, also in rare Zach footage, like, man, the number of times you actually the number of times we have actually seen Zach footage is minimal at best, shall we say. But I don't know. I'm really happy to see the rare Zach footage. That's really nice. Like, Not to, you know, lift the curtain too much. It's springtime, so the game's saving. Not to lift the curtain too much, but I knew that there was footage coming out this week, and I knew that it was going to have Zach in it, and I got, like, kind of ridiculously excited earlier this week when I heard that Zach was going to be in the video. I was like, oh my god, I get to see Zach. Holy shit. It's like, normally we just see Zach's pets. Picture of dog. Adorable little dog. But Zach's a nice guy. I got to talk to him briefly at PAX. I have asked him if he wants to come onto the channel before and, like, talk to me, and kind of the gist that I got from that was a polite no. But it's fair. I get it. Being on the public stage is scary. Annual tribute from the humans have arrived. Why? So, I realize that my goat died, which was the only thing that was in this. But why is there 2 kangaroos in my paddock? Are they just, like, pretending to be my dead goat? I'm just gonna see if I can kill them real quick. Let's just get the military up there and let them go beat them up. Because for some reason, there's a kangaroos hanging out in my paddock, and I don't really like that all that much. Taurus. Taurus died of old age. First of spring. It's a rough day. Rest in peace, Taurus. We're down to 26 dwarves. Is that 2 kangaroos in a trench coat? Definitely just 2 kangaroos being kangaroos and not in trench coats, but man. That was the king's lover and was somebody who was born in this fort. Born, grew up, and lived in this fort. That's sad. Can I get around to F's in chat for the poor dwarf that just passed away? Goodbye, Taurus. You were a good dwarf. You were a good dwarf. Tomb next to the king? I actually don't know where this dwarf's getting their coffin. Yeah, no, because that's the king's tomb, so probably not. That's hard for me to tell, because the family trees, I'd say probably about 30% of the dwarves in the fort are related to you in some respect. Either by marriage or directly. Dragonman. Called to the eternal anvils at Armok side. Yes, this is true. This is indeed true. Where are you putting that that dwarf? You know what? Yeah, no. Sorry, you can't. We need to give you a better coffin than this. King's lover. Let's put a coffin up here. And I will make this where Taurus's body gets placed. That's a bummer. I am actually really worried about the population right now, because we are dwindling. But things might get gnarly soonish. Dwarf places coffin, and then I can do this. Use for burial. So that should be made into Mistems. But I think that they need to destroy the other coffin first. I think. Or not destroy the other coffin, but remove the other coffin. Good suggestion, though, Dominoc. I probably wouldn't have really thought about it. So we rip up that coffin, and we'll replace it. There you go. There you go. Seeker's going to go place Taurus in the tomb. It wasn't a difficult fix either. It was literally just moving a tomb. Oh no! One of my bulls died of old age, it seems. One of my bulls appears to have died. Dwarf is stark native silver. We're gonna have a lot of ore and stuff to dig out of here. So I kind of have a decision to make with this project. Do I go through and mine out all of the different color boulders and then replace them to have color coherency, but then lose the exact shape for the dig out? Or do I not do that and have a more consistent shape, but inconsistent colors? This is currently a dilemma that I'm facing. And I don't really know what to do in that regard. Might look cool the way it is. This is true. It might look cool the way it is. But also, there will probably be one person going, why didn't you color it? But I don't have DF hack commands to hide previously seen stone. Whoopsies. So once it's visible. So once it's visible, it's visible, and I can't remove it from visibility. I could engrave all of the different colored stone. Could do that. All the same might be a bit sterile. Well, I mean, the idea is you take like gold or something, right? And you put gold all the way around the edge. But, I mean, it's going to have multiple colors if I don't do it that way. Uh-oh. Oh, well. There we go. We'll just smooth that. Time is flying by today for me because I started an hour late. Like, I keep looking at the clock and going, oh god, it's already X time of day. Which I think is kind of funny. Gotta walk to the store for a sec? Alright, just don't forget to tie your shoelaces or you'll trip. I don't know why I say that. I've developed like a bunch of like random fucking, I don't want to say catchphrases, but like things that I say now. I don't know why I do it and why I've started doing it, but it's like, don't forget to tie your shoelaces so you don't trip. It's like, makes no fucking sense. Why would any human being say that? Yet here I am. Have a good walk. We'll see you when you get back. Picture point. An excellent dad joke? What, don't forget to tie your shoelaces so you don't trip? I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily a dad joke, but... I am not a dad, but I did make the joke. Alright, I don't even know if it's a joke. It's just a thing that I said. Darkwood? Yeah, it does. Maybe? I don't know. I kind of want to do something I can finish. And Darkwood's pretty long, yeah? Maybe I could play Darkwood over Christmas and just be like, happy family-friendly holiday game. Because I kind of want to do something I could finish in like one sitting, right? And Darkwood's pretty long. And another game I was kind of thinking about doing is this. And the only reason I'm thinking about doing it is because, well, some of you may notice pretty quickly that a certain very large YouTuber reviewed it very recently, which definitely has nothing to do with why I would consider playing it, but this game is another thing that I was thinking about doing on Halloween. Also, the elves have arrived to trade. We shall trade with them. Oh, hey, there's 4 of them this time. Seem to be repairing relations after I apparently upset them for a bit. Also, hello, Nexito. Yes, that is a creek going through an aqueduct. Although, I kind of cheated. I waited until it froze every winter, and then I built around it. So yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen the upper fortress, this is the upper tavern up here. And the old throne room for the king, which is that big room, and then the king's old dining room, which is on the right, and then the library is the green stuff on the left. But this is the actual fortress. There's the creek going through an aqueduct, which I can pump water out of in multiple places. The upper walkways, which I've been removing a lot of, actually. Then the constructions down in the base, which I've removed some of to kind of free up some space. And then the actual, like, underground, the little maze, by the way, that I never point out anymore. Power down here. And the actual thing that we're working on right now, which is this. Nice and small little mini project, you know. But yeah, I guess that the reason I would be like, on Darkwood is because I want something I can finish in one sitting. And I did watch Mandalore Gaming's video on No One Lives Under the Lighthouse, but I didn't watch the spoilers section, so we could just do that if you guys are interested. You got Hollowisk on... Hollowisk? What's Hollowisk? I mean, I'm definitely going to play more Infra Arcana, even though I've run into weird copyright issues. With it. But... Excuse me. Because there's some music in that game that's getting claimed by a strange third party on YouTube. Specifically the death music. Another game I could play is I could just play fucking Golden Crone Hotel, which is like maybe the most Halloween-y roguelike, which just put out a really big update. Oh, also speaking of roguelikes, Monday on my day off, I am recording an interview with the developer of Rift Wizard, which is for some reason a thing that's weirdly difficult for me to word. Yeah, I'm recording an interview with the developer of Rift Wizard, and so that's my next major project. So hopefully we'll have that done by, if not well, depending on how long it is, probably either by the end of the month or first week of next month. Sometime early November, that'll probably be out. So that'll be another patrons get the audio early, video gets premiered project. Another one of those. You going to bed? You have a good night, cutest. I'm sorry for forgetting to set up your sound command immediately. I failed. But chat, thanks very much for all the support today. Thanks everybody for keeping the channel funded so that I can do streams like this where I sit here and watch dwarves dig. Like I said, like this is not the particularly engaging part. The particularly engaging part is going to be when I start doing this. I'm gonna... Yeah, we'll just do the one. And there we go. This is what's going to be exciting about this. Let's see how safely the dwarves do this. Probably not very safely. Definitely shouldn't trust them to do this. Yet here I am. So far. I need to pause if anybody stands in danger zone. Nobody stood in danger zone. This is incredible. How in the world did they do that safely with not hurting anybody? Wow. So I'm going to go all the way around the edge of the map and do this. The plan for today's stream is so simple, even you could understand it. Really? Is it that confusing usually? Yeah, I mean, this time they did it with no injuries, so I'm impressed. Clicked an ad or something for Hollowisk? Yeah, no idea what that is. But yeah, no, Nobody Lives Under the White House is a game that Mandalore Gaming did a review of as part of Halloween recently, and he's really good at finding weird, cool indie games, so... Definitely thinking about that one, maybe, but... I mean, I'll end up playing through Inside again regardless, but... don't necessarily need to do that on Halloween. I also need to watch a horror movie on Halloween. I rewatched The Thing recently, which I talked about last stream as well, but the original John Carpenter's The Thing, good movie, it holds up. Although in modern era, that there's parts of that movie that are just genuinely hilarious, because there's parts like there's a whole sequence of lines in that movie that is literally just one of the characters explaining to the other characters the rules of Among Us. Like, it's literally just, this is how werewolf works. Like, the movie sequence. It's quite funny in current era, because everybody knows, like, you know, how Among Us works and whatnot. Everybody knows how, like, okay, who's the bad guy games work. Everybody just understands those, so they don't really need to be explained. But I guess when the John Carpenter's The Thing came out, that wasn't the case, so. Like, literally, there's a whole sequence of like, well, how do we know who's the monster if the monster mimics us perfectly? Well, we can't leave each other's sight. It's a good movie. Lots of good makeup in that movie. Nobody fell? Whew. I am shocked nobody's fallen. Still nobody fell. I thought somebody was going to fall in that. Nobody fell. That's incredible. Why? Okay, why did you have to explain Among Us today to a class of students? Like, seriously. Someone watches too many makeup tutorials and not enough gaming videos, I think. Like, my parents know what Among Us is. Was internet memes? Hold on. I'm assuming you're a teacher. Why are you discussing the internet and memes? School's changed so much since I was in school. Jesus. Okay, that makes a bit more sense, but still. Memes. I want to teach your class. That seems fun. Is internet? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't even know how I would go about that one, though. The internet. I guess internet history is probably going to end up being a thing that kids get taught eventually, right? That would make a degree of sense. There will be a point where we're teaching kids just internet history. Can I just say that referring to Chugga Conroy as a YouTube star is such a weird thing in the current year? Like, that's like saying Lonely Girl 15 is a YouTube star. I mean, yes, Chugga Conroy, definitely a big YouTuber, but also, when was okay, he uploaded a video 15 minutes ago. I mean, he's very far from, like, the biggest channel on YouTube these days. Like, not who I would think of if people are like, yeah, we're going to look at a Let's Play channel. That being said, he is one of the few successful Let's Play channels that still exists. He is one of the few. A lot of them just, like, straight up don't exist. Like, a lot of them are just gone now. I would actually say that maybe the majority of them are just gone now. Yeah, that's what I think is much more interesting, is like what the internet used to be like, you know? Is who they would write about in a book if it was written today? Okay, now that's actually an interesting question. How I was PewDiePie did start off as a Let's Play channel, yeah, and then he became like a Scream reactions compilation channel. So, you know. They started off as a Let's Play channel, and his highlight reels were what blew him up. Because he would just incoherently scream at every single slightly scary thing in scary video games. And now he's a billionaire, probably. I mean, technically, I would say I'm a Let's Play channel. But it's a different format of Let's Play, you know? Like, the old school format of Let's Play, like, you know, the 30-minute uploads once a day, less common these days, you know? But Chugga Conroy is interesting, though, just as a YouTuber, because he plays through his games once, if not twice, before he records them, which is crazy to me. It was so few people do that now, because, like, he records a video game in, like, 2 weeks, and then just, like, spaces it out over the next 3 months, right? And then he has, like, 2 months to, like, go through and pick out another game. At least that's how it was back in the day. I don't know how he does it these days, but I always found that kind of fascinating. Not many people do that. Yeah, I'd be really curious to know who kids would write about if they wrote a book today. Considering, like, in a lot of cases, YouTubers, at least among younger kids. You know, every now and again I accidentally shift control down, which is the minimize key, and I think I crashed the game. I didn't crash the game, but I thought I did for a second there. Like, amongst young people, a lot of popular YouTubers and Twitch streamers are often more popular for things like signature signings at conventions than what would have been considered famous actors previously, for previous generations. So that's kind of interesting, because it's just like, well, we're just kind of at a point now where people like myself are probably more famous than a lot of, I guess, air quotes, popular actors would be amongst young people. Like, we are surpassing Hollywood in some ways, which is freaky. I guess there's more of us, so there's also that. But that's like a weird realization that I've come to over the past couple of years, is that streamers and YouTubers and I guess all of us modern internet celebs, if you want to call us that, are more popular than traditional celebrities. Oh, are they actually releasing that? That weird fucking proto... Hold on. Do you have pictures? I'm curious as to what it ended up looking like. Because I remember seeing that a while ago and going like, that is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, and I almost want one. Okay, this looks 1,000 times worse than their original prototype. Holy fuck. What the shit? Holy shit, look at this fucking thing! Look at this fucking thing! This is so much worse than their original prototype too, I love it. Why is it glowing green? I have so many questions! Social, no one's gonna want to fucking talk to you with that. Would you be on the filters? Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, if you had to go to an apocalypse-themed rave, or a rave, even, maybe not the worst idea. How replaceable? Oh, you probably have to pay them for filter replacements. Oh, they're just N95 grade filters, but it's... So they have their own proprietary filters, I guess? Question is, does it have micro USB charging? Hold on, I need to look at this trash in real time. Does it not play? Website don't work. It's me trying to click on it. All right, well, that's incredible. Thank you for making my day a little bit better. They want $150 for it. I mean, I just see the notify me thing. I don't see an actual price anywhere. I mean, there is a price at the top of the store thing, but that's not for the mask. That's just for their store in general. Yeah, no, it's just it's TBD is the price. I can't get over how silly this is. My God. This is so silly. I love it. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I want one. It's probably going to cost at least as much as one of their keyboards. So realistically, my bet 300 CAD, maybe 350 for that thing. That's my bet. $350 Canadian for that. I won't spend I would spend $30 on that. If it came out and it was like $29.99, unlimited supply, buy it, I would probably buy one. It looks very heavy, actually. It doesn't look uncomfortable. It looks heavy. Now, actually, what I really want to see is I want to see somebody in public wearing and using one of those while wearing a VR headset. Passed out in a alleyway. That's, when I see that, we live in the future. If I see a person like unconscious, drunk in an alleyway in a VR headset with one of those masks on, we live in the future. And I will like pinch myself to try and wake up. You know, one of my favorite parts. He's calling out. I'll throw in this set of knives. Hey, that sounds like a hell of a deal, Donovan. I mean, seriously, if it was $30, I would genuinely consider it. No joke. I would absolutely consider it. Also sent you a link to a VR headset Kickstarter. Well, I mean, the person who sent it to you can't be trusted, which is why I'm reposting it everywhere, because you know that I can't be trusted. I don't want to buy it. I want somebody else to buy it and tell me how bad it is. You sending it to me for life. Well, you know that I'll take the piss out of it and pass it off to all my friends and laugh about it. So, you know. People are saying $99 somewhere. Chat, what do you think? $100 for that mask? But isn't ungodly because you have some places that you deliver to that you feel more comfortable with active filters with the crappy cloth mask? Yeah. Depends on the filter price. Yeah, it depends on the replacement filters. I mean, I'll say this. That mask could be one hell of a conversation starter. I'll put it that way. The Vive Flow headset will pair great with that. It is certified. It is certified N95. Or at least according to their website, it's certified. Ironically, like... Okay, hold on a second. Let's find the proto. I'm just looking for the prototype. Yeah, this was the prototype. Project Hazel. Yeah, this was their original prototype for this thing. For the fucking case, though. I like this. The smart mask's interior lights automatically change for like dark rooms. Yeah, this was their original like thing, which is that is the worst photoshopping job I've seen in a while. I don't like the prototype. I also don't like the final one, but sneezing it once and it's splattered forever. Yeah. I don't know if it ended up having a voice amp in it. Hold on, I'm looking at the actual one. Yeah, it's N95 grade, soft silicone seal. I don't know how comfortable that would be with long hair. I don't know about that. That leads me to believe that it's really fucking heavy. The fact that it's got like fucking batteries and moving fans in it really, you know, because, okay, so I wear glasses. I really hope you can. Like, if this thing has fucking firmware, I want to see what people would do with it. I don't think the voice amp made it in. It might have, but I don't see that on here anyway. Transparent design. Powered by Razer Chroma TM RGB. The filters are replaceable and last 3 days. Supposable. They're air filters. One is the other is air filter works. You can use it without the fans. It's water resistant to small splashes, but not recommended for use during wet weather conditions. So you can't wear it in the rain. Lick your lips and lose the tip of your fan to the yeah. Does it? It complies with the mask mandates. It's not a medical device, respirator, surgical mask, or personal protective equipment. Razer Zephyr is not a medical device, respirator, surgical mask, or personal protective equipment, PPE, and is not meant to be used on medical or clinical settings. It is not tested specifically against the COVID-19 virus, but offers the same functionality as adequate protection due to its 99% BFE rating. Yes, no beards. Beards are definitely a nope. The battery lasts up to 8 hours if set to low fan speed and chroma lighting disabled. So the battery doesn't last very long, which is hilarious. Meaning, like, the automatic fan filters in this thing won't even last through a whole shift if you have them on the entire time. Will it fit all head sizes? It is adjustable. Wash detachable silicone face guard and straps gently with soap water. Rinse thoroughly and avoid direct sunlight when drying. Use damp cloth to wipe exterior surfaces of the device. Avoid wiping inner plastic surface of the device, which may result in damage of anti-fog layer that prevents condensation upon exhalation. Oh boy. How do you replace the filters? It is recommended to replace all disposable filters every 72 hours if exposed to high-risk environments in closed locations with possible harmful particles. For prolonged periods of time, the filters need to be replaced as soon as possible. You get 3 filters. 3 sets of filters. So 9 days of usage with the purchase. Sorry, you lost me at the battery only where it lasts 8 hours and you can't wear it in wet weather conditions. That's where you lost me. Like, it's not waterproof. Also, apparently it is $100. Apparently it's launching today at $99.99. So, all of those caveats aside, if anybody here buys it, please take a selfie. Apparently in the EU, people can already see the price. That is hilarious. Sorry, I'm way too amused by all of this. Power bank on the go. Man. I want to know what battery it uses or if it has like USB-C charging. Because it hasn't actually said anything about that. Or rather, I'm not seeing anything about that. Yeah, I'll just stick with my washable recycling or my washable masks and my N95 filter. Turning people into gargoyles. Did you ever see that like this was at like top pandemic era Athros, but there was a French beauty pageant that did concept clothing based on infectious diseases. And it was basically just like wetsuits with weird glass balls for people's heads so that you could go clubbing safely during a pandemic. There was some really weird clothing designs in that. Let's see if I can find it. This is a very difficult thing to find. because I'm not French. I found it via... I found it through a Reddit thread, so I don't know what I'm searching for. But anyway, that was a thing that happened at one point. If anybody wants to go digging, I'm sure they can. Head 3 with Zephyr with adjustable head straps, 3 sets of N95 grade filters, 9 days of usage, USB Type-C charging cable, and anti-fog spray. And anti-fog spray. Okay, well, I guess it is USB Type-C then. Yeah, good luck. It was a weird thing that I saw one evening, and I can't remember the website that it was on. But yeah, I wouldn't buy the thing based on the battery life, just because battery life is... like, this is Bellinaire in my secret team Discord writing this, and he's saying, battery life seems great too, sarcasm. The Razer Zephyr's battery can last up to 8 hours if set to low fan speed with chroma lighting disabled. So, like, after a few months, once that battery gets some degrading on it, the thing's going to last for, like, 4 hours. Which is, like, nothing. Yeah, I mean, you could do that too, Tikal. You could do that too. I mean, I don't know. I wish that N95 masks were more readily available. Like, I have one, but the reason I don't use it every day is because of the fucking filters. Like, actually getting filters here is still difficult. So I basically wear it when I know I'm going to be on public transit, and that's it. The rest of the time, I just wear my cloth mask down to the grocery store and whatnot, because, like, those things are fucking cheap. But I don't know. I will always cackle at new dumb Razer products, because that is a very dumb Razer product. I'm amazed that they actually fucking made it, because Razer always puts out those prototype products and then they never release them. Like, they had that... Also, Orange, by the way. Hi, how are you doing? It's good to see you, man. I hope that the trucking's been okay recently. They had, like, that, like... modular PC idea thing for a bit that never got released. And they've had a bunch of other, like, weird products that either got, like, small limited releases or, like, no release at all. And then suddenly it's just this, and they actually released it. I'm just so impressed that they actually fucking made it. Like, the crazy fuckers. They actually released it. The truck to be repaired? Are you still, like, stuck on delivery route then? Would you buy a Razer bidet? So you're at home then, Orange? I mean, that's better than, like, waiting. Oh, that sucks, dude. Fuck that shit, man. I do not need to have RGB sprayed at my ass. Can I take that out of context? Yeah, it would just be one of those really crazy Japanese bidets that, like, spiral the water and heat your seat up and vibrate and play a song for you and flush the toilet. But it would also have green RGB, which is definitely what you want to see when you look at the toilet, right? For use. You know, I kid and I make fun of this shit, but I'm gonna be honest. I like that Razer exists. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many tech companies out there that are just making the same old shit with the same old, like, incremental improvements and nothing interesting or exciting ever. At the very least, Razer is making the same old shit with the same incremental bullshit improvements year after year. But then they also do these which even though like they're kind of just marketing stunts, they're entertaining. You know, like I don't own any Razer products. I had a Death Adder for a couple of years, and I had one of their keyboards, and I ended up getting rid of it because the cable died and the cable wasn't replaceable, and also had blue switches and it was kind of obnoxious. So like I have this keyboard now, but it's not too different from what their keyboard was. It's like, realistically, I don't know. I like that Razer exists, even though their products are gaudy and stupid in a lot of ways. Animal, you have a good night. But sleep well, Animal. And thanks again for all the crazy amount of support yesterday. And you take care of yourself, man. And I will see you Saturday, I think. And there we go. Mining out another one. You know, there's already like that. You know, actually, I'm not gonna lie. That would maybe be like the one thing for me, Orange, that would be too much. Even for Razer, like I don't see Razer doing like a line of alcoholic beverages. That to me is would be very out of character for Razer. Maybe like a weird bottle opener or like a keg, but it would have to have some sort of tech involved. It would have to be like a self-cooling thing or something. I don't know. Oh boy, and we also have a post on Bay 12 Games. Ay, boy. Well, guys, we have the military screen. The whole military screen. And screenshots of all of it. This is the new military screen. Including scheduling, uniforms, monthly orders, hallway routes for patrolling, as well as descriptions of everything. You thought I was going to say a release date? Well, still have to handle food, drink, ammunition, and ammunition concerns and a few other things, but it looks like we've jumped at some major hurdles. Yep. Well, I mean, I was planning on doing a second one on the screen that was just this from the video, because this was all that was shown in the video was this screen, right? I was planning on making a video on just this screen, or rather, just this screen, just the squad menu. But I can do a full, yeah, you saw the video I posted and it was nice? Yay! And you were trying to find a chat box to reply? I'm so sorry. What's up, Brains Man? How's things? Long time. Yeah, back at you. How long has it been? God, it's been a while. Probably been at least a year, I would guess. It's been a while. Not quite a year. 3 months? 4 months? Hope you've been well. We're just laughing at this. Mostly. God, I can't look at that without cackling. Still on the same fort? Same? Well, we have 2 forts running right now. There's another one that we also have running called Reigns of Terror, which is all up on the YouTube's channels. So. And Radio Free Olive is throwing a tantrum. But yeah, no, we're still partially on the same fort, but we also have another fort running. Plus, you know, doing other things. It's not just Longdeath. Lots of things happening. But yeah, holy shit, that looks good. I'm surprised they didn't put all that in the video. Although, I'm kind of happy they didn't. What year are we on? What was the last year you remember me being on? Out of curiosity. But we are on year 324, meaning the fortress is 319 years old. Stone? You gotta look at this. We have the new military screen and I'm so excited. Sorry. We have the new military screen. Ah! I'm so excited. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Sorry, I'm very excited right now. I mean, yes, I'm excited. Deal with it. Also, I'm sorry. Use code RazorCon 2021. Razer has a convention? Today's just the best day of all time. It's a good Thursday. It is a good Thursday. Somebody bought me coffee. We got to see Brains Man after so long. Orange is in the chat. I have coffee. I have to make another video tonight. Military screen is like one of the top 3 most anticipated things for a lot of people, including myself. Like, #1 most anticipated thing for myself has been military screen, things sailing off in an arc, Legends mode, and everything else we've already seen. Oh, Forgotten Beasts. And the mysterious fun stuff, which we're not going to see, let's be honest. Now I'm wondering. Okay, it's already been posted. I just had to go post incessant screaming on Reddit. Well, hopefully ad revenue is good on YouTube right now because I'm going to be uploading a lot of videos in the next few days. Exhausted. It's fine. It's fine. Chat, because I kind of was planning on doing a, like, classic and Steam version side by side. I think probably what I'll do, I think this is my plan for the next few days of YouTube, is I'm going to upload a video doing an overview of the new military screen and a video of a classic and current side by side. Or Steam and current side by side. I'm going to do both of those. Is that reusing too much content, chat, or would you guys not judge me for doing that? Because I'm not, I can't be asked to put both of those in the same video. That would end up being like 20 minutes. Because, like, military screen right now is this tiny piece of shit. Uniforms, supplies, schedule. It's like, this doesn't mean anything to most people. In fact, I would say it barely means anything to me. But then an in-depth comparison is fine. I mean, it would probably be like a first impressions overview and then an in-depth comparison. Oh, well. Whoa! 2 breastplates. When you didn't want anything a minute ago. Then I guess I got kind of sidetracked by, you know, Razor Mask and DF News, and the game's just been running in the background. Now I got a mayor who's really mad at me. Welp. Oh yeah, Stone, Taurus II passed away, which is very sad. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. Natural causes, yes. Yeah, died of old age. Is buried with the king. Her lover. Same tomb. They never married, but they were lovers for over 100 years. So it seemed fitting. But no, Brainsman, I would assume if you last watched the stream, like, at the beginning of summer, I would guess that I've probably gone through about 60 to 70 years in the time that you've been gone. Because time is moving in Longdeath, but it's moving pretty slowly, admittedly, because I'm not playing the fort, like, every day of the week anymore. Okay, 2 dwarves are forging copper breastplates, which means we should get those done ASAP. We are in early summer. And the humans have arrived. Still just the one caravan. That is odd. I don't know if I like this world where the humans arrive and never bring the other humans. It's always just the one humans. All right, let's do a bunch of slaughtering of our animals. Jump down here. Down to here. You. We're gonna have a lot of stuff that we gotta bring. Question is, I can indeed export stuff, which is what we want. Which means the dwarves are going to very suddenly be ripped away from what they were doing previously, and they're going to come help. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to do it. We'll do probably another video tomorrow morning, and then I'll have another one scheduled for like Monday. I'll do an overview for tomorrow morning, and then I'll have another one go up on Monday. Or maybe Tuesday, depending on when I get it done. But there will probably be 3 news-related videos over the next few days. Hopefully they're, like, fun as entertainment, too, and not just, like, knowledge, because everybody's already seen all that stuff. Tiny Goliath, the mayor, has been re-elected once again. Who I have a feeling is just going to be re-elected until the world ends. That's my current theory on that. Until their world ends. Well, I don't know what I mean half the time, let's be honest. Almost every dwarf alive right now? Well, yes. And it surely will, unless, like, something very strange happens. Actually, that's not true. Not this crazy one in the walls. The crazy one in the walls will outlive this fortress, most likely. And the warm stones by the lava tube. I wonder if they find it, what's the word? I wonder if they find it intimidating. You know what I'm saying? I do wonder if they find it intimidating. Like, I'll bet you they do find it intimidating. Oh yeah, Stone, there was kind of a concerning comment on my news video from this morning, which was commenting on the edge of the map. And basically saying I thought that the map in DF was very large, which is a little bit worrisome to me. Uh-oh. We didn't actually make the breastplates in time, so how many people are going to prison? All right, that's one. Tygo's going to prison. Just Tygo? Okay, that's not so bad. I don't know. My brain's just like so scattered now. Well, now we finished making it. Too late though. Dwarf got thrown in prison. Make vests. Leather vest. 1. You drew an alien. Good for you. What kind of alien? We talking like classic green bug eyes alien, or are we talking like a xenomorph alien? They are green? I'm just kind of wondering like what style of alien. I'm assuming that the classic like Area 51 1960s art style of big eyes alien with flying saucer. They look unusual. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't most aliens look unusual? Even if it was the stereotypical alien, it would still look unusual. Tygo's getting chained up. I feel kind of bad about that, but not much I can do. All right, we are done trading. Fortunately, my mayor didn't have time to forbid any exports of anything, so we're all good. Which is actually quite nice. We're slaughtering a whole bunch of various critters and going back to digging. Because we are digging out a lot of stuff right now. We're digging out this whole thing. And it's got a long ways to go. Because we still got to do all this. Which means we're going to have maybe another Age of Mudstone-esque era for the fort. Not exactly the same as the Age of Mudstone, obviously, but... there's definitely going to be some... abundance of stone for a bit. Oh, you know it, Gremlin for mayor. The second we have the opportunity, Gremlin will be mayor. Mark my words. Mayor for Gremlin? I think the mayors are already practically gremlins. Have you seen a mayor recently? Terrifying creatures. They love to pull levers too. That is a very funky looking alien. You know what that reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of the aliens from Toy Story. That claw guys. Shoutouts to Jeff, the alien, in the arts room on Discord. Yo, Axon. Okay, very important thing. First off, did you see, were you here for this bullshit? It's a mask by Razer with RGB. And 8-hour battery life, with the RGB turned off and the fans on low, and, it's not waterproof. So, good luck. The other thing, which is almost as crazy and significantly cooler, is we have a military screen now for Dwarf Fort. Which means I have to make another video. Does it come in red? I think you could probably make the RGB red. So, you know, all of this. Ah! Anyway. But yes, I think oh no is the correct response to that. Or oh god, why? Would also be a perfectly legitimate response to that. The schedules are kind of a pain to figure out. That's an understatement, but yes, they were. They'll hopefully be less of a pain now. Ideally, I would think. Well, you're 4, so it's going to take a while for you to grow up. But thank you for reminding me. Remind me again in 8 years. But in reality, it'll be more like check to see if you'd still be a good doctor once you're grown up. No, it's fine. Oh, really? And what'd you think of Seisumi? It's weird that there's a window to see your mouth. Yeah, that's the part that I can't get over. Is also like the part that like when you sneeze inside of a mask, wave depletion, like it's if you sneeze inside of that mask and like maybe something comes out where it's not supposed to, normally like you catch it in your elbow and you move on with your day. But like you're not going to be able to clean that off. So you're going to taking it off to like clean booger out of it? Maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. I see so many things wrong with that razor mask. Scratch the surfer rock itch? Hell yeah. The best part about Seisumi is not only are they surf rock, but they're Korean surf rock, which is even better. I get you. Yeah, they're not super upbeat, but surf rock is not always upbeat though. The only like logical reason to own something like that would be a rave, in my opinion. But like it's completely destroyed by the fact that it's not waterproof. It's like if it was completely waterproof and had like 24-hour battery life, I could see a perfectly legitimate reason to own one of those. Or something like that. Maybe not that one, but something like that. But because it has shitty battery life and is not waterproof, it's like, why do you even exist? So, you know. It looks like some diesel punk shit from the 90s. A lot of people are going to buy those, though, and someone's going to be wearing one at TwitchCon. Mark my words. Someone's going to be wearing one at TwitchCon. Yep. Yep. There's been some back and forth about that as well. We were discussing that. To me, it looks like Stardew, smells like Stardew, probably still Stardew. But according to people, it's not Stardew, so. If you heard a Mario jump, it's because I accidentally hovered over a Reddit stream, which apparently makes sound appear. My bad. I mean, it is a Stardew prequel, isn't it? Or something? Oh, Concerned Ape, the Stardew developer, has a new game coming. Supposedly it's in the same universe too, Squawk. Supposedly. I never played Stardew, so that's all I have to say, really. Looks like Stardew. That's all I can say. I mean, obviously the Stardew metaverse has a very wide breadth of lore, Rez, that they definitely need to, you know, take advantage of. Obviously. Obviously. I'm only halfway being sarcastic. Does Stardew have any lore? I'm sure it does. Isn't like a large portion of that game the writing? But so are we going to get an oyster mushroom next then, Stone? Doesn't really matter to you. You just want to min-max things and get achievos? Right, Squawk? Glad we're on the same page. Are you going to play the Steam version of Dwarf Fort? Doesn't seem like your kind of thing. I'm just kind of curious. You need 100% Stardew? Oh boy. That'd be a journey. No? Fair enough. Not judging. Not judging. Without the making of farm bits? You know, there is literally no bit of Stardew that interests me. I'm not interested in the making the farm bit. I'm not interested in the dating bit. I'm not interested in the home design bit. I'm not interested in any bit of that game. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a game that I am less interested in than Stardew, which makes me feel like a bad person for some reason, and I can't quite place my finger on why, but... How so? Axon? Stardew pretty niche? What are you talking about? Stardew is like one of the biggest indie successes ever. Niche? Stardew is like the opposite of niche. Stardew's big enough that my little sister had heard of it before she worked in the games industry. Stardew is a big game. Consider it cursed, Stone. Or a German pun, if that's what you're trying to make. It's a 9 key. It's quite literally the top of its genre, though, Orange. That's how I feel about this build right now. Oh my god, I got so far to go. It's gonna take me days. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's not the only dev who's done that. I mean, like, say what you want about the creator of it, but Fez is a similar thing. Fez is an extremely high quality, massive experience, and it's made by largely one person. Yeah, it's just another one of those great examples of like, holy shit, it's just basically one person made this. Same with like, you know, Undertale. Death's Door was made by 2 people. Same with Titan Souls, which was made by 2 people. Hotline Miami was made by 2 people. There's so many amazing. Dwarf Fortress was made by 2 people. You have a feeling in your heart you don't know how to phrase it. So one of my advantages that I have when being a music snob over other people who are maybe wannabe music snobs, Axon, is I literally took a university course for music theory. So I have all the verbiage. I have all of the proper words to use to describe different things in music, and I very much take that knowledge for granted. Versus somebody with no or very, very little music experience, right? So me as somebody with a large breadth of music experience, spending literally years of my life studying various parts of music, I have a lot of speech and words and things to use to describe music that some people just don't, right? Which actually makes talking about music kind of difficult when I'm talking to somebody who doesn't have the words to describe something that they are trying to say that they like or looking for a specific thing. It's like, well, how do you find something that you like if you don't know what to call it, you know? And then that gets even more complicated when you get into, like, I can talk about I can just say, you know, I mean, like, it's common. That's the thing, though. It's common. Like, the majority of the population knows nothing about music, right? I mean, maybe they listen to a lot of a specific genre and they can name a lot of artists, but they still know nothing about music. Like, the vast majority of people I speak to know nothing about music. At least in comparison to what I know about music, which is Holy fuck, probably the most elitist thing I've ever said. But, you know, I guess, and like that doesn't make me better than people by any stretch. It just means that I had parents that put me in music lessons and I hated them for it. But like I came out the other end with like this massive amount of knowledge of music that I take for granted, you know. I have the power of love. That's what I have, not music. But like I could listen to a certain chord progression and tell you if it's major or minor, probably what scale it's in, and also the time signature that they're using for the melodies and why it sounds cool because it meshes well with this, with the offbeat on that. You know? Like I could sit down and just like hear all of that, but a lot of people don't. So it's kind of an unfair advantage, I guess, when I'm listening to music then that other people don't necessarily get. You don't know what that means? Exactly. Well, do you know what a time signature is? Do you know what a scale is? Do you know what a... Do you know what BPM means? Do you know what harmonies means? Do you know what a verse or a melody is? Some of those are, I mean, I think actually verse or melody might just fall into chorus for a lot of people's verbiage, but. So what I'm saying is I'm smart. So then to be elitist, what I have to say, Axon, is I'm smarter than you because my parents put me in music lessons and yours didn't. Ha! That's being elitist? No, it's bullets per millisecond. Naturally. Because this gun costs $400,000 per minute. I am heavy weapons guy. Yes, it's beats per minute. I surfed into that joke sideways, and it almost wasn't funny. Wandering Player has a question on Discord about Newegg and scalpers. I've never used Newegg, so if anybody has any knowledge in that subject, general on Discord, please. Bears per mile? Used to stand for bears per mile and was used as a safety indicator for where to construct town halls. So they would specifically construct town halls in areas where there was less bears? Please tell me you're making that up. There's a $200 cushion tool. Cartridges at 10,000 rounds per minute. It costs $400,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. One of my favorite video game quotes. But also what Dominox said. Also saying it's an archaic term just reminds me how young of a country the States is. Same with Canada. It's like, archaic term from all the years back, like 150 years ago, when they used to decide where to construct town halls. Also, it sounds like a video game term, because they're constructing town halls. Also press X to doubt. Please provide proof, or I will continue to press X to doubt. You got to re-up that sub, dude. The sub bug ran out, unfortunately. So is a lot of people's subs. I've gone from 350 subs down to 315 today. It's the great drop-offs of good old-fashioned September. Rip. Because you have to refresh your stream. None of us can see it. If your sub runs out and you have the stream page up, then you can still see it, but we can't. So, yeah. So basically, if you never refresh the page, you could use my emotes indefinitely for free, theoretically. Assuming you never refresh the page, never close your browser, and never restart your computer. As far as you can tell, you're using my emotes forever. But you know what? That would be kind of awesome. I only use the word thou if I'm referring to the band Thou. Speaking of thou, thou hath resubbeth. That's probably not the right terminology. But anyway, thank you very much for the 23rd month. It's almost 2 years. Cheers. Also, they made it harder to resub with Prime. You have to tick a box now. It's silly. But seriously, thank you very much for that Prime resub for the 23rd month. It's almost 2 years. God, it's been so long, man. It's been so fucking long. Thanks for the ongoing support, dude. Cheers. Took me a while to find the checkbox. Yeah, no, like legit, I stared at it for a good couple of minutes before I figured out where the bloody checkbox was. I was just like, where the fuck is this thing? As I resubbed to Evil Trick the other day, and it took me a minute. It's probably better than the way it was before, but, you know, it's a matter of figuring it out. Mayor wants rings. You're just giving us a rapid fire. Wait, how many was it? Just one? Okay. But seriously, thanks for the 23rd month. Welcome back. But yeah, I generally only use the word thou if I'm referring to the band thou. So when I see thou, I don't actually think of thou as in thou ought or like the old English term. I actually think of just the band. Excellent black metal group. Very, very, very good American black metal band. Also, like, hauntingly beautiful, too. Actually, if you want some just plain good Halloween music, they're one of those bands that, like, every time you blink, another member is in their band because they're such a huge fucking band, but so fucking good. I love them so much. So much. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why? Did you see an attack helicopter joke recently? Absolutely bad people are going to make bad jokes. Just reading back through the Caves of Cud stuff. Like, are you reading through what was posted on my Discord this morning about that? Or are you reading through, like, Unnormal's Twitter feed? Because go back to when all that stuff happened, and then go to on Normal's Twitter feed, and it is a mess. I'll put it that way. Are you familiar with the game Caves of Cud, TCal? Because YouTuber named Seth made a review of it like over a year ago now. And the video got like 2 million views. And in that review, he stated that he got banned from their Discord at one point for complaining that you couldn't play as one of the factions in that game, which are the Templars, which are essentially Nazis, which are kind of designed as like the big bad evil dudes. Like that's literally what that faction is they are like the Nazi stand-ins. And he went on there and basically complained that you couldn't side with them purely. And they banned him after he bitched for a bit. They unknowingly banned him while he was making the video. And he shouted out that they banned him and why they banned him, which isn't the equivalent of saying, hey, everybody go join this Discord and harass them for this reason. But that's, as a creator, that's how you use your audience to attack people. And he did that, and it took them, I want to say, the better part of like 3 months to clear out all that crap from their Discord, and the game got a bunch of hate reviews because of it, and still gets troll posts because of it, and like when I stream that game, people will pop in and make jokes bitching about it still to this day, and it kind of sucks. So that's what we were talking about earlier today, and that's what Axon is mentioning. So basically, like one of the most important things that most creators should know how to do and be courteous about is do not weaponize your audience. If you weaponize your audience, that is the worst thing a creator can do. And that particular creator weaponizes his audience with almost every single video. And it's part of the reason he has so much fame. It is incredibly effective marketing, but it's also the shittiest thing you can do as a person, just as a creator in general. And like, he just shouldn't do it, but he does. And it, you know, another example of him weaponizing his audience was when he put his download code in the description of the video of Star Sector. Right? So it's like, hey, here's a video about this great indie game. Also, here's a link where you could just download it for free. That's another example of weaponizing an audience. Or, you know, saying, hey, I got banned for this joke, so maybe you should go make this joke, kind of thing. It just sucks. I got zero respect for the guy, even though he promotes games that need the promotion. Yeah. I'm glad we agree then. It's just the worst kind of shit posters are intelligent shit posters. It's all caps if you're trying to get I'm stupid. Yeah. So I don't really have any tolerance for that kind of crap personally. I just ban it. Be accepting of people. Don't make jokes at minorities' expense, and be kind. You can curse all you fucking want, but be kind. It's funny because, like, I was a shitty 4chan meme lord when I was, you know, a child as well, but I grew up. And I think that some people didn't. But, you know, as proven by almost every major social media platform, being a terrible person is a great way to build an audience. See some of the biggest podcasters in the world. Where Lego goes, everyone stubs ears with cheese violently. Coffee demand plummets following additional drinks availability. Feeding time, oh no. Chicken eggs are pickled by Pickled John. Who? Pickled Jane. Apple what? Fermentation makes kimchi sour like my large, big-shaped finger. Sorry, let me try that one again. Fermentation makes kimchi sour like my large, pick-shaped finger. Recipe-free baked potatoes improvised from cow cheese droppings. That's not where the sentence ends, but that's where I'm going to pretend it ends. And I will add the word look. Thank you, chat, for making me read that garbage. So on my Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories, where people add one word at a time in a relatively coherent sentence, and then people can make me read it with 1,000 channel points. We also have a room where we're trying to count to 1,000,000 with no mistakes. That's very difficult. Can confirm, very difficult. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I think my plan for Sunday is I'm going to do another Dave in for Arcana on Sunday, and then just end early and watch the F1 race on Discord with anybody who wants to hang out in voice while I scream. I think that's my plan for Sunday. Because I actually get to watch an F1 race during me being awake instead of having to, like, out of bed at fuck off o'clock a.m. And there they all go. Digging, digging, digging. I'm gonna have to seal off the bottom of that little stairwell down there. This layer's next. Let's get some more. Oh, that last one was a statue, not a support. How about this one? That was also a statue. Wow, I'm very good at this. I need a capital S, not a lowercase s. There we go. But Saturday we'll be doing more Reigns of Terror. Autumn has come. Meaning it is paperwork season, heads up, Stone. Duck and dodge for cover. Oh, hey, I finally got a fucking dislike. I took 165 likes before I got a dislike. Which means we now have a 99.4% positive rating on the most recent video. All right. The annual tributes from the humans have arrived. Dog is sleeping, and I think she is dreaming about something because she just made a weird whoop whoop sound. which is a very strange sound. It's like halfway into a snore, but not quite. But she goes back home to my parents tonight, and then I might take her back Sunday if they need me to take her again. Down to 68 livestock. Also, congrats to Axon and Stone for the wins. And I actually won one. That's my first win of the day. Got in at the last second, Axon. Not quite. 3 minutes before, but it's the last thing that was written before the end. So when do you start the new job? Stupid? If I can ask. Sup, audio. How's things, dude? Today's crazy. We got footage of new Dwarf stuff. The first ever combat footage, and then shortly thereafter, Toady posted a whole bunch of screenshots of the full military screen on the website. And then even more important, Razer announced their RGB battery-powered mask thing. That you'll be able to buy soon. So, 9 to 5? Hell yeah. Does that mean you'll be able to watch the stream at all, or is that gonna like make me never see you again? Is what I'm asking. Tribute report is available. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Unless you're not here, in which case I'll screenshot. A game I've had alpha for just got a huge engine overhaul, so solo dev, so it took him a long time. Yep, now it has new textures for things that's making you sick when you play. Oh no, that sucks. Which game is that? I'm sure you've talked about it before. Like a numpty? What's a numpty? I like it, but what's a numpty? I would like to know what the term numpty means. A stupid or ineffectual person. Huh. I like that. You bloody numpty. I need to look this up. Is that... I'm assuming it's just a Britishism, but... Numpty. Meaning. A stupid or ineffectual person. Confused numpties who have little idea what they're talking about. Informal British noun.
Numpty.
I like it. That's good. I'm going to use that one. Because it doesn't sound offensive, but you can call somebody dumb without sounding rude. Which means I'm going to confuse people on the internet when I say things like that. It's just like when I say the word bloke and people are like, Canadians aren't supposed to say that! Actually, they say Americans aren't supposed to say that, but... Oh, Stack on Heroes. Yeah, okay. Wasn't that originally like a PvP game? Or am I thinking of something else? But yeah, I do remember you talking about that one. No? Okay, then I'm thinking of a different game then. Whoa. Oh, that's Max. You very depressed. Waiting for the slow boys. No, it was more of a, not people trying to gatekeep it, but people just being amazed that I was saying it and like oddly impressed that I was saying it and surprised. Like the last time I said it in a video, there was a bunch of comments about people saying, any other Brits here shocked that an American just said the word bloke? Stuff like that. And I was like, I'm Canadian, thank you. I don't know. I live through osmosis, and because I spend more time talking to random people through Twitch chat than I do actual human beings. So to me, it's like makes perfect sense why I would say the word bloke, because like I'm just sitting here talking to probably more people from around the world than Canadians most of the time, so I pick up speech patterns that maybe other people wouldn't. No, it's all good. As big a deal as I make about it, it's unfortunately the norm. I don't generally bother arguing with people on YouTube because they usually just say same thing, which is very insulting. So I don't generally bother arguing it because it's like, well, this is just going to go in circles for all eternity. Or once at a bar and your friend looks and tells me why the you were so wait, why the fuck were you faking a British accent? Then. Turns out sometimes your brain will unconsciously adopt the accent of people around you without realizing it. Huh. Yeah, I mean, brains do that. There's a reason why Kiri sounds British even though she's from Austria, right? It's because she spent a lot of time in Britain. Yes, that is normal. Yeah. It's also why Danny O'Dwyer, who's a podcaster I listen to and video host of NoClip and co-founder of NoClip, sounds extremely Irish for a couple of weeks when he goes back to visit family, and then stops sounding as Irish pretty quickly afterwards. Like, you lose your accent after a bit. It's also like, everybody thinks FG is British because she lives in the UK, right? But she's German. Born and raised German. And it's really funny when she speaks German because she flips into a very German accent and sounds incredibly German, like perfect German accent when she speaks German. And then flips back to just British when she's speaking in English. It's funny. But yes, that is normal. People do that. That's language? Yeah, that's how people learn language. Humans are cool? I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't know if I'd go that far. Although, speaking of cool humans, how you doing, Spitalier? Yo, Spitalier, did you see the military screen posts? Tarn posted military screen. Also, I've got a dog whimpering. Humans can be cool? True. Humans can be trained to be interesting. With concerted effort. Humans theoretically can be cool. That's why Lime speaks like an American while working and stream, but speaks in her native accent when she speaks to her fellow British person. Yeah, no, exactly. Limes is a streamer that, well, she was my partner manager back when we had those, but Limes is another streamer. Lime-alicious. She was my partner manager when she worked at Twitch, but then they got rid of those. Also, one of the reasons why I actually have a streaming career, she was one of the few people who rated me early on. She was one of the first, she was like, I think the first channel with like more than 10 people watching that rated me back in the day. And it was like 200 people and I screamed. Scared the shit out of me. That's why Squug's here, yep. I don't know why you never left, frankly. I'm pretty sure it was only once, actually. I mean, once or twice, and I'm pretty sure you came in the first one. was because Hoogaroo back in the day told her to raid me. It was someone who'd been watching my streams. Haha, very funny, Axon. That is true. Roller Coaster Tycoon was neat back then. I don't know if watching Dwarfs is neat now, but I'm glad you're still here. It was only because they were talking to 3 people with different accents, and your brain just kept switching between them, and it was just a weird, funny. Yeah, I can believe that. Especially with a couple alcoholic beverages. First thing you checked after work? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That military screen has actually outdone my expectations. I will be completely honest. You're just here because I'm a voice in your head now? I'm just a permanent fixation in your brain? Squad? New mega project is giant box. New mega project is, yes, currently is giant box, and it's going to be hollowed out giant box. Well, it's a sort of a rotating giant box, but it's going to be hollowed out, and then it's going to be a, it's going to have lava at the bottom and then water on top. And then we're going to make obsidian, and then I'm going to rebuild the entire fortress in obsidian. All of the upper walkways. All of the walls. All of the everything. So, yes. Also, the dwarves have arrived to trade. And they have a new outpost liaison! Nil! Tongues do mat.
Checking in every now and then, oh slash.
Sup, man? How we do? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 3rd month. Or coming back for a 3rd month. Unfortunately, your dwarf's been dead for a while. But we do have the description of a new dwarf. She has a broad body and her hair is wavy. Her very long hair is neatly combed and her eyes are incredibly high. Her cobalt eyes have very large irises and her somewhat short, narrow ears are flattened. She has an angular chin and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is ecru with a touch of gray and her skin is sandy taupe and her nose is somewhat narrow. Nil. Whoa. There we go. Here, I'll just screenshot the whole thing for you. But who lives, who has to die? Yes, this is truth. This is truth. I hope you've been well, Deturo. I hope you've been good. It's always good to see you. Although, it's also good to see you in Evil Tricks chat, though, to be fair. Oh, the translated surname? Conjure Rough. Conjurer. Conjure Rough. It looks like Conjurer Aroof, but it's actually Conjure Rough. Conjure Rough. Nil, Conjure Rough. I think Tungstumat reads much better than Conjure Rough, but diggy diggy. Export of rings is prohibited. Well noted. Let's sell all the ballista arrows. But what you've been playing recently, Totiro? How's things been? Hammer, Conjure Rough. Yeah, I know. I like the untranslated name better. It just sounds better. Rolls off the tongue better. Feels better in the mouth feel, if you know what I'm saying. And Nil says, I am your... What kind of voice do you think she has? I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. It's been a long time since we've spoken. What requests do you have of our merchants? All this crap. There are still ballista arrows to sell? We haven't even sold a third of them. I'm not actually joking. We haven't even sold a third of them. Nil says... Tiny, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes, of course, rise and fall together. Also, not gray hair, meaning we'll probably have you for a while, Nil, so please don't go nuts! We need you to stay sane. Yeah, we haven't even brought half of them. I mean, there's all of those, and then there's 2 other stockpiles full of them. There's also all of this. So, we're not even a third through of them. So, chat, you've been sticking with doing sports 2 times a week. Oh, hell yeah. You progressed a bit? That's good. Taking care of yourself, that's good. Holly, come here. Holly. There's people outside and she's whimpering, wants to... Unless it's like my dad who would pick the dog up or something. You know, I'm kind of with you there, Axum. Kind of with you there. Chat, the dog is acting like she needs to go out for a walk. And I have another video I need to edit. I think I might just call it now. Take the dog for a walk, eat a late lunch, and then edit that video. Just because she is like, like I was thinking that there's probably somebody outside, but there's nobody outside. She's just sitting there whimpering, so. I'm fond of FPS games. I'm just horrible at them. Oh. I have no interest in Back 4 Blood. None whatsoever. I was never a big Left 4 Dead person. But no interest in a spiritual successor or anything. Yeah, I just... The dog hasn't really gotten a proper walk today, so she needs a proper walk. I need to eat lunch, and I haven't done that yet. And I did get started an hour late, so today, right about now, would be 7 hours into the stream. But I mean, yeah, if I want to play Left 4 Dead, I'll play Left 4 Dead. I don't want to play Left 4 Dead plus 3 things and a grindy progression thing. I didn't get a dog. I'm dog sitting. You know, it's my parents' dog that I have. But seriously, thank you to the anonymous person who bought me coffee today. And thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Apologies for kind of the short stream, but, like, I got to do news. So, tomorrow, oh, fuck, what's up? You okay? When did Animal go nuts? That was yesterday. That was the beginning of yesterday. It was a back and forth between Animal and what kind of name is Rari. Pat that dog. Holly. Holly, come here. Come here. Give me. Give me. Hop up. Oh, come on. Come on. Just pop up. Pat wants to say hi. Come on. I need to actually press the button. There you go. That was you on coffee? Ah. I know it's all good. It's just because those are no what's the word? No notifications. I assume they're anonymous, but cheers. She is a good girl. Yes, you is a good girl. You want one? I don't. I like taking care of pets. I've kind of come to terms with that. I don't want to own one. But that's Holly. She's going back home to my parents' house tonight, and then I will maybe take her back on Sunday. We'll see. She is a poodle. She is a purebred miniature poodle. Although technically she's a moyenne poodle, which basically is just fancy word for big miniature. So she's a big miniature poodle. All right. Yeah, she wants to go out. So I don't have a backyard to let her out into or anything, so I have to take her out, and she needs a proper walk because she didn't get one this morning because it was raining. So I'm gonna go take her out for a 30-minute walk, and then I'm gonna edit that video, which will be up tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will not be streaming. So once again, apologies for the short stream today. But Saturday I will be streaming normal time. Sunday is gonna be another short stream. I don't know exactly what the schedule is, but it's going to be a short stream. And yeah, that's basically it. So keep an eye on the YouTube channel tomorrow morning for videos about military screen. And let's see if there's anybody I can send you guys over to who happens to be on and who also happens to be cool. How about I send you guys over to Alligator Funkhouse? He's a friend of the channel and a super chill dude. Just go into his channel and say hi. Tell him I sent you. Can you do that? Just click on that link. Go over there. Say hi. I'm just going to host because some people don't like being booted in on the raids. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel, as I said. Thanks for all the support today. Say something nice to somebody and party on, dudes.